My Lord, you're most welcome. The emulations by the lady judges to welcome and receive her lordship. My Lord, you're most welcome. I request us to take our seats. Thank you, and thank you so much. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Uganda. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Kenya. My Lord, the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The learned Attorney General. My Lord, the Honorable, the Principal Judge. My Lords, the Justices and Judges of the Courts of Judicature. My Lords, the Directors of Regions who are present today. My Lords, the members of the International Association of Women Judges across the different regions who are present here. My Lords, the retired Justices and Judges. Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, the Director General of the International Development Law Organization, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the chairpersons of constitutional commissions present, and the members of the constitutional commissions present, the heads of government departments and institutions present, the permanent secretaries present, the development partners present, your worships, the registrars and magistrates, the senior administrators of the Judiciary of Uganda, the President of the Uganda Law Society, members of the academia, the virtual audience, our distinguished guests in your respective capacities, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Langasiu, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Uganda, and I take this opportunity to welcome you very warmly this morning for the 17th International Association of Women Judges Africa Region Conference of the year 2022. My Lord the Chief Justice, I wish to inform all of us that our program is changing a bit because His Excellency will come and be with us only for about 30 minutes. So on that note, I've been advised to start the program. And when His Excellency comes, we'll only have him welcomed by the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Uganda, and we shall proceed to hear from His Excellency. But as our motto says, for God and my country, it's important that we start this conference with prayer. And I want to invite the Honorable Lady Justice Helen Oboya, Justice of the Court of Appeal of Uganda, to pray. My Lord, you're most welcome.
Let us humble ourselves as we commit this conference to the Lord. Our God and our Father, we come before you this morning to thank you for this opportunity that you have given us to gather together at this 17th International Women Judges Conference. We want to thank you for lifting up women and making us part of your work of delivering justice by allowing us to sit on your sacred throne, my Lord. I pray that, Lord, you guide us even as we deliberate in this conference. We thank you for this opening ceremony, and we commit all the program in your hand, just as we commit the program for the entire conference in your hand. We invite you to guide us all the way through, and we thank you for bringing our delegates from far and near safely. We pray that you continue to protect us and shield us, especially from the scourge that is doing round in our upcountry districts. We pray that, Lord, you watch over us. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, my Lord, for the prayer. My Lord, the Chief Justice of Uganda and the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya will now begin to receive the remarks according to our program. And first we will be welcomed by the President of the National Association of Women Judges, Uganda, the Honorable Lady Justice Henrietta Wolayo. My Lord, I welcome you. Thank you.
My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, my Lady, the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, the Director General of Development Law Organization, all protocol observed. Good morning, bonjour, abari. On behalf of IAWJ and on my own behalf, I warmly welcome you to the 17th IAWJ Conference of the Africa Region, convening in Kampala, Uganda, from today to 29th October 2022. In a special way, I welcome our learned sisters from across the Africa region who have committed to join us in person in spite of challenges in global health and travel logistics. I also welcome those who have joined us virtually. Welcome to Kampala, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. To our learned brothers and distinguished gentlemen, and all our distinguished guests, you are all most welcome and well appreciated. The National Association of Women Judges, Uganda, founded in 1994 with a membership currently of 200 plus, is an association of mostly female judicial officers from all courts of the hierarchy who are focused on enforcing women's rights and increasing access to justice for women and children. IAWJ is a long-time active member of the International Association of Women Judges. I acknowledge our male members as well. Thank you, colleagues, for believing in our vision of equal justice for all. The IAWJ was conceived nearly 30 years ago by a core group of 50 dynamic and visionary women judges from around the world, including our own late Deputy Chief Justice, Letitia Kikonyogo, and Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus Alice Mpagi. The IAWJ brings together over 6,000 women judges in more than 150 countries and territories from all levels of judiciaries worldwide, creating a powerful network of influential leaders committed to equal justice and the rule of law. Women judges globally, under our umbrella body of the IAWJ, are united in the common goal to advance and promote human rights of all, especially women and children. IAWJ is hosting this year's 17th Africa Region Conference in Kampala under the theme, Women Judges, Breaking Barriers to Equal Justice and Strengthening Institutions. Our prestigious conferences, as we fondly call them, take place biannually, and they provide an opportunity to celebrate sisterhood in the noble profession of adjudication of disputes in the formal courts. They are an opportunity to reflect on the advances that we have made as women in the profession. Furthermore, the conferences provide us with a platform to discuss and arrive at a consensus on how best to address the deep justice issues in our societies that beset all people, especially women and girls, as we adjudicate their disputes. In that connection, we shall ponder on how to improve justice delivery in criminal cases involving sexual and gender-based violence. We shall discuss the most effective means of combating trafficking in persons. We will address critical questions of property rights in land for women and girls. We will delve into the novel area of online gender-based violence. We will also delve into youth justice issues. And we will seek new ideas for delivering justice for persons with disabilities and mental health challenges. These are some of the topics among many others. At the end of the conference, we shall issue the Kampala Declaration that will be a reference point to develop new programs or expand existing programs in our respective chapters. This will be the legacy of the IAWJ organized 17th IAWJ Africa Region Conference. At this juncture, on behalf of the entire IAWJ membership and on behalf of the IAWJ Executive Committee, I am honored to welcome the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, in advance, an avid Pan-Africanist and lifelong advocate for the protection of women's rights and gender equality, who will be coming here to open our conference in person. Allow me to extend our deep appreciation to Lady Justices and Magistrates of the Uganda Judiciary, to His Excellency the President, under whose leadership the gender ratio of judicial officers grew from 10% female to 90% male 38 years ago when I joined the service. And now it stands at 49% female to 50% male. We celebrate this achievement. I wish to categorically express our gratitude to the government of Uganda through His Excellency the President of Uganda for accepting our proposal to host this conference in Uganda. On a similar note, I recognize the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Justice Alphonse Owiny-Dollo, who has always rendered unwavering support to IAWJ, as well as during the preparations for this conference. Your Lordship's guidance on specific areas regarding this conference are very much appreciated. I express gratitude to the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, Lady Justice Martha Koome, for accepting to be our keynote speaker at this conference. Thank you, my lady, for honoring our invitation. I recognize the Secretary to the Judiciary for the logistical support he has extended to the conference. I would also like to express our utmost appreciation to our development partners who have supported and continue to support IAWJ in its gender justice programs and who have provided overwhelming financial and technical support towards the preparations for this conference. In particular, we have received tremendous finance and technical support from International Law Development Organization. In this regard, I recognize the presence of the Director General, Ms. Jan Beagle, and her team from Rome and The Hague at this conference. I also recognize Austrian Development Corporation for their finance and technical support to this conference, in particular, Dr. Rovita and Dr. Katya. I appreciate our mother organization, the International Association of Women Judges, with funding from the US Department of State's through a grant with a global fund to end modern slavery. Last but not least, I recognize our local partners, NSSF and Civil Aviation Authority, for their financial support. And now I wish to warmly thank the IAWJ Executive Committee and Organizing Committee for the tireless effort invested in the preparations of this conference. Each committee member has had a noteworthy impact on bringing this conference to fruition. Thank you to each committee member for delivering beyond the call of duty on all tasks under your respective dockets. I am confident that the same spirit of service shall reflect in each committee member during each day of this conference. In addition, I want to thank the entire IAWJ membership for embracing the conference, as well as giving the Executive Committee and the Organizing Committee your full support and encouragement during the organization of this conference. Allow me to say a brief word about our impending change of name. As IAWJ, we took a strategic decision to change our name to IAWJ Uganda chapter. This change was necessary in order to reflect the international character of our association as a chapter of the Africa region and as an affiliate of the International Association of Women Judges. Many of our sister associations, Ghana and Kenya, they're here. They were already rebranded along similar lines. So we shall be unveiling our new name at this conference. Lastly, I cannot end my address without remembering our fallen sisters who passed away in the period since we last met in Cote d'Ivoire in 2019. I make special mention of the late Honorable Chief Justice of Zambia, the Honorable Lady Justice Irene Chira Mambilima, as well as the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, Honorable Lady Justice Mukasa Kikonyogo, both of whom laid a strong foundation for IAWJ Africa region. May I humbly request that we observe a minute of silence in their memory. May their souls rest in eternal peace. And now, our distinguished guests and colleagues, it is my deepest honor and privilege to welcome you once again to the 17th Africa Region Conference in Kampala, Uganda. May each session of this conference add value to our judicial expertise. And may we spare time to enjoy the abundant sunshine, greenery, and attractions that Uganda has to offer. I wish us all fruitful deliberations. I thank you. Yes. Do you want me to sit here? Of the chapters who are conferences, we do a roll call. Benin, the chapter of Benin, they are online. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, it's here. Ghana chapter. Ireland is online. Kenya. Nigeria is here. South Africa. Okay. Tanzania. United Kingdom. United States. Zambia online. Côte d'Ivoire online. And lastly, but not least, Uganda. Yes. Okay. All right.
Thank you, and thank you so much, my Lord, the President of the National Association of Women Judges. Lastly, there is Uganda. Thank you so much. The final one I'm advised is the East African community. So all of us from the region, we should be able to acknowledge our flag. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you so much. My lords, the Honorable Chief Justices present, please allow me to just introduce the heads of those delegations after this roll call. Kenya was the head of delegation was the Honorable Lady Justice Agnes Kaleche Mungo, the President and Judge of the Court of Appeal. Thank you so much, my Lord. Tanzania, head of delegation is the Honorable Jacqueline Dimelo. You're most welcome. For South Africa is Justice Audrey Mashengo. You're most welcome. Ghana was Her Lordship Justice Marianne Owusu, Justice of the Supreme Court. You're most welcome. Zambia had the Honorable Mrs. Justice Fulgence M. Chisanga, Judge and President. Ethiopia, my Lord, was headed the delegation by Justice Helowena Nasru Kedi, a Federal Supreme Court Justice. Nigeria was headed by the Honorable Justice Aishatu Muhammad Ali. Benin was headed by Akole Tengni Ediwi Filem, a prosecutor magistrate. And virtually, the executive director is online, Ms. Christy R. Jones. And UK, we also have online representation by Dr. Oyoja Momo. Thank you, and thank you so much. So let us appreciate the President of the National Association of Women Judges for warmly welcoming us and also conducting the roll call. We now know who is here for this conference. My Lords, the Chief Justices will be proceeding with our program, and we'll be hearing remarks from the International Association of Women Judges Director for the Eastern and Central Africa region, the Lady Justice Hannah Okwengu. My Lord, you're most welcome.
the Chief Justice of Uganda, His Lordship Alphonse Owiny Dolo, Chief Justice Kenya, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Karambu Koome, my lords and my lady judges from all jurisdictions, honorable magistrates, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to start by bringing the apologies and good wishes of the Honorable Justice Suzanne Glesbrook, President of the International Association of Women Judges, that is the worldwide association, and Chair of the association's Board of Directors. Due to circumstances beyond her control, she is unable to be with us in this conference today. But she is aware that the conference is going on, and she gives us all her support and good wishes. The International Association of Good Women, the International Association of Women Judges, is a worldwide association of women judges that was formed in 1991 as a forum through which women judges from all over the world can convene, share experiences, and seek solutions that collectively influence global and domestic jurisprudence. Currently, the IAWJ, as we commonly call it, has over 10,000 members and allies, including male allies, in over 80 countries, 43 of which have national women judges associations that are affiliated to the international organization. The National Association of Women Judges in Uganda, as you have heard, is one such organization. The IAWJ has structured its membership into 5 regions, Africa region being one of them. Honorable Justice Mandisa Maya, Deputy Chief Justice of South Africa, and myself are the directors representing the Africa region in this international association. Honorable Justice Binta Nyako from Nigeria is the president-elect who will take over from Justice Suzanne Glesbrook next year. IAWJ has a vision of a world where gender equality, respect for human rights, and inclusive justice system are the norm. In order to realize this vision, IAWJ supports and empowers its global network of women judges and the Women Judges National Associations to advance gender equality and human rights. Some of the activities that IAWJ has engaged in includes training of its members and other judicial officers in international and domestic law relating to gender-based violence. I'm sure Ugandan judges and Kenyan judges will remember the jurisprudence of equality program that was very instrumental in helping judges in this jurisdiction appreciate the use of international instruments in matters gender. One of the pertinent questions that the International Association has interrogated is, do we need judges? And if so, do we need women judges associations in our countries? The International Association of Women Judges has answered both questions with an emphatic yes. The need for social justice and the acknowledgement that violence and discrimination against women in our society is a vice that needs to be eradicated cannot be overemphasized. This challenge has engaged many nations, resulting in domestic and international laws. Those of us who are in the justice system know that the solution of enacting legislation has not borne much fruits, as such cases are on the increase and access to justice for many women and girls is still a mirage. It is this concern that has led to women judges coming in to supplement the efforts already in place. Women judges have the special attribute of being able to identify with and understand the problems of litigants because the women judges have lived the experiences that women and girls go through, and this gives them an edge in delivering quality justice. Women judges bring to the table the diversity that may be a game changer by ensuring that courts are representative of the society, and in so doing, helping our society to appreciate the need for equality and inclusivity. The presence of women judges in the judiciary provide assurance that the judiciary, as a key institution of governance, is a living reality of equality and fairness. It also brings hope of improved gender justice through judging with a gendered perspective. Women judges are also role models for young women and girls in the community. They bring hope and encouragement in the society. And therefore, the women who are in this position consider themselves privileged and compelled to give back to the society. This is where IAWJ and the National Women Judges Association come in to provide a structured channel through which women judges are able to give back to the community. Through the biennial, international, and the biannual regional conference, which are held alternately, the IAWJ and the national associations provide opportunity for women judges to come together to share experiences and best practice, and together support their respective judiciaries in the administration of justice by engaging in programs that promote access to justice and gender justice. Through the various programs, women judges interact with the people and, as it were, give the judiciary a human face. I want to end by quoting two profound statements that were made by the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg of the United States Supreme Court. She said, "Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you." And the second statement, "The fight for gender equality will be won one step at a time." We in the IAWJ are passionate and believe in gender equality and care about access to justice for our sisters. Our problems in the Africa region are similar, and sharing of experiences and best practices is critical. We believe that we are addressing these problems in a way that will make you join us. And so, during this conference that we have this week, we are hoping that we shall be able to get good contributions from you and on how the barrier of gender equality can be surmounted. We are grateful to the Uganda government, the Uganda Judiciary, and the National Association of Women Judges, NAWJU, for hosting this very important conference. The presence of His Excellency, the President, letter today is a clear indication of His Excellency's support for what we believe in, and we are truly thankful. I thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you so much, my Lord, the Honorable Lady Justice Hannah Okwengu. Let us give her a round of applause. I'm reliably informed His Excellency has arrived. And so to manage the next program, I am going to request for a music interlude as we manage the next set of the program. Thank you. His Excellency, the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Justice, and the President of the National Association of Women Judges, Uganda. I request us to stand. His Excellency is making his way. Of the country. Let us remain standing. We'll have the national anthems. Thank you so much. I request us to take our seats. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, all of you distinguished participants in the protocol that was already observed, I take this opportunity to welcome you. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to the 17th International Association of Women Judges Africa Regional Conference, which is being held here at the Commonwealth Resort Hotel in Munyonyo. Your Excellency, my name is Sarah Langasiu. I'm the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary and the Director of this program. Upon advice, Your Excellency, we started our program, and we have received a couple of remarks, and we are going to proceed as we have been advised. Your Excellency, I want to thank you for the 1 hour that we have been informed you have given to this conference, and we really do appreciate that, and I request all of us to thank His Excellency for that. Your Excellency, before we proceed to the next remarks, allow me to introduce to you the dignitaries present here, which I will do very quickly. Your Excellency, we have the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Justice Alphonse Chigamoy Owindolo. My Lord, you're welcome. Your Excellency, we have the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Karambu Kome. My Lord, you're most welcome. Your Excellency, with us is the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Justice Richard Butera. Your Excellency, we also have the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao. You're most welcome. Your Excellency, we have the Honorable Attorney General of Uganda, the Honorable Chiriwa Chiwanuka. We also have Your Excellency, the Honorable the Principal Judge, the Honorable Justice Dr. Flavian Zeja. Your Excellency, we also have the President of the National Association of Women Judges, the Honorable Lady Justice Henrietta Wolayo. Your Excellency, we also have the Honorable Lady Justice Hannah Okwengo, who is the Director for the Eastern and Central Africa region. You're most welcome. My Lord, Your Excellency, we also have the Director General of the International Development Law Organization, Ms. Jan Bigo. You're most welcome. And we also have the Country Director of IDLO, who have been critical in funding this conference, Ms. Barbara Kelly. Your Excellency, we also have their lordships from across the African region, from the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the High Court. So I request all their lordships to please stand up for recognition across the regions. Those are the Lady Justices and Judges of Africa. Your Excellency, we've also been joined by their Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners, and a couple of development partners. We have His Excellency Major General George Owinau, the High Commissioner of Kenya. You're most welcome. We also have from the Austrian Embassy, the Head of Mission, Dr. Roswith Kemza. You're most welcome. Your Excellency, we also have Dr. Katia, the Governance Advisor from the Austrian Embassy. Your Excellency, you will allow me to resume the recognitions after the next remark, which is coming from the representative of development partners, the head of office representative, that is Dr. Roswith Kemza. I welcome you to make your remarks. You're most welcome.
Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, and the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, distinguished participants in the protocol established to save time, dear participants and representatives of the various justice, law, and order institutions, but most notably the judiciary. My name is Dr. Roswitha Kemza. I'm the Austrian representative to this most beautiful country and the head of the Austrian Embassy Development Cooperation Office in Kampala. It is a pleasure and honor to make these remarks today during the 17th IAWJ 2020 Africa Region Conference that aims to enhance peer learning and exchange to enable the female judges build synergies, enhance their skills, boost their motivations to change how gender cases are managed in courts. And I dare to say that it is actually an honor and pleasure to speak in this full tent, full of high-profile women from all corners of Africa. Austria is passionate about contributing to gender equality, empowering women and girls, and promoting just, peaceful, and inclusive societies, and therefore, being at this conference, which has exactly these as core topics, I'm honored to speak. For Austria, our commitment to this, I say, noble cause of promoting women's rights is enshrined in our highest law, notably Article 7 of the Austrian Constitution, that includes a commitment to gender equality and promote equality between women and men, in particularly by eliminating existing inequalities. This approach that Austria has taken is fully in line with the recently Access to Justice sub-program of Uganda that focuses on the observance of human rights and aims to improve adherence to the rule of law, improve corruption perception, increase case disposal rate, and also increase the percentage of districts with one-stop frontline jailers service points. I'm therefore exceptionally proud that Austria signed a new phase of sector budget support for the Access to Justice sub-program in December 2021, which underpins our commitment to the beautiful motto of Uganda's JLOS, that's the Justice, Law and Order sector, and this motto is access to justice, and it says access to justice for all. In Uganda, the fight for gender equality and women empowerment is also enshrined in the Constitution, and it prohibits gender discrimination generally and enshrines the principle of equality before the law, regardless of sex, race, color, ethnicity, tribe, religion, political belief, or social or economic standing. And I'm very sure that all those countries that are represented here have equally similar provisions which are the basis for fair and equal access to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I would certainly like to appreciate the great work that women judges are doing towards addressing human rights concerns and strengthening and promoting equal access to justice in Uganda and certainly Africa as a whole. But I always have to say that since my arrival in Uganda 3 years ago, and I've been on this beautiful continent almost 2 decades, but I arrived to Uganda 3 years ago, I have met some of the brightest, fiercest, and fierceless women rights defenders that I've met in my whole life. And I can actually say that some of them were men at very senior positions within government and within the judiciary, and I want to recognize them. Excellency, dear participants, I take this opportunity to particularly appreciate not only the presence of judges and magistrates, but also senior government officials at this conference, which once again confirms the government of Uganda's commitment towards promoting gender equality and adherence to the rule of law, specifically when it comes to access to justice for women and girls. As Your Excellency is gracing this occasion, this is an important sign from your side of adherence to those important principles that are the basis for access to justice for all. Let me kindly also thank our partners in the judiciary and the jail law sector in the brilliant work that they are doing towards the institutionalization of a robust approach towards the fight against sexual and gender-based violence in Uganda. I'm personally very proud that Austria works side by side with Uganda in the organization of specialized SGBV court sessions and the institutionalization of a specialized court system for SGBV victims, and we do so jointly with the UN Family, UN Women, and UNFPA in particular. Excellency, Honorable Chief Justices, and participants, the past 3 years were certainly not what we call normal, and they were not easy for anybody of us. It affected every institution, including the judiciary. We have to also acknowledge that COVID-19 and other developmental challenges, such as the war in Ukraine, had seriously dampened all our economies and dramatically affected our personal lives. Uganda, in addition, faced other challenges, including a protracted electoral period, which witnessed some regrettable events, such as the one more than 2 years ago in November 2020, which we might also want to discuss in sincerity and honesty to bring what JLO's motto says, access to justice for all. Despite all these challenges, I have to say that from our perspective, the JLO sector and the judiciary did a remarkable job in addressing all hindrances and devising ways to keep the justice system going. We as Austria applauded the efforts done by the judiciary and JLOs in containing the virus and in ensuring the safety of us all, while also ensuring access to justice for all despite all the challenges. The pandemic did have a negative effect on the society, and notably the most vulnerable in our societies. We have seen young children, girls, boys, and also women. And the experts explained us that during the lockdowns, children were compelled to spend much more time at home with relatives, and sometimes, unfortunately, exactly those were the perpetrators of abuse. Sadly, that was true. And as the cases of SGBV and other forms of domestic violence saw an increase worldwide. Worse so, we have looked up the IAWJ statistics, and it says that very few girls and women that experience sexual or gender-based violence actually file an official complaint. It is only a dramatic 51% of the affected women and girls that have never sought help despite experiencing violence. They never told anybody they're at home, but they need the access to justice. Let me therefore say and stress that I remain grateful for the support by the judiciary to ensure that SGBV victims have access to justice. This support must not end at conferences. It must not end here. No, it has to go to the victims. Every individual gesture by a police officer, a judicial officer, an NGO employee, a human rights activist, a lawyer, any individual gesture to help an SGBV victim must be appreciated. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that this conference will contribute effectively to fight gender-based violence on this continent, and this is for the good of our sisters, of our daughters, of our mothers, our aunties. It is for the good of our grandmothers, and it is good for the entire Pearl of Africa in this continent. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosewith. Your Excellency, attending this conference are 13 countries, 3 are online. Allow me to just inform you quickly, Your Excellency, we have Benin online, we have Ethiopia present, Ghana is present, Ireland is online, Kenya is present, Nigeria is present, South Africa is present, Tanzania is present, the United Kingdom is represented, the USA is represented, Zambia is online, and the Ugandans, we are full in the house. Your Excellency, we are going to have our next brief remarks, and just before that is done, allow me to recognize the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Lady Justice Jane Francis Abodo. Your Excellency, we also have the Vice President of the East African Court of Justice, the Lady Justice Sauda Jaziri. Your Excellency, we also have the President of the Law Society, Mr. Bernard Owundo. Thank you for coming. And representing the Ambassador of the Swedish Embassy is Ms. Charity Ahumuza. Your Excellency, next we have brief remarks from the Director General of the International Development Law Organization, who have been key in funding this conference, Ms. Jan Ipigo. You're most welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Honourable Chief Justices, Honourable women judges of the region and our hosts, the Uganda chapter, distinguished members of the judiciary, Honourable ministers, members of diplomatic corps and development partners, all distinguished guests. It is a great pleasure to address this important gathering on behalf of the International Development Law Organization, IDLO. IDLO is the only global intergovernmental organization that is exclusively devoted to promoting the rule of law to advance peace and sustainable development, and we are proud to support this conference. I'd like to thank our hosts and partners for bringing together this impressive gathering of women judges from across the continent, and I'm honoured to be in your company. And I'm particularly pleased to do so in a year when a fellow New Zealander, my friend Supreme Court Justice Susan Glazebrook, is the president of the International Association of Women Justices. We are meeting at a time when justice and human rights are under sustained pressure throughout the world. Over 5.1 billion people globally lack effective access to justice, and the poorest and most vulnerable members of society, including women and girls, are the hardest hit. And the most recent report on the Sustainable Development Goals highlighted that at the current rate of progress, it may take another 286 years to remove discriminatory laws and close gaps in legal protection for women and girls. So the association's mission to support and empower a global network of women judges to advance gender equality and human rights is critical to closing the justice gap. The ability of women to participate fully and equally in all aspects of public and private life is both an inalienable human right and a fundamental requirement of inclusive and participatory governance. And this is, of course, particularly important for the justice sector, which develops, enforces, and adjudicates laws and policies that govern broad aspects of political, economic, and social life. Ensuring that women have an active role, and I would say a leadership role, in shaping justice systems is key to strengthening people's confidence in the justice system's ability to work equally and impartially. Women's participation brings a diversity of experience that helps ground the administration of justice in lived reality and makes laws and institutions more responsive to the specific challenges faced by people everywhere. Women judges have made groundbreaking decisions that have transformed the way in which criminal justice has been administered, especially in cases involving rape, sexual violence, and forced marriage, among others. In Africa, women judges have played a critical role as custodians of equality in all aspects of life, including upholding women's rights in areas of matrimonial property and inheritance disputes. And we know that in traditional settings or in cases of assault or intimate partner violence, women seeking justice are often more comfortable dealing with other women as police officers, judges, lawyers, and court officials. And women judges in many cases are taking steps to ensure that the court environment is more accommodating for the full range of litigants, including, for example, trauma victims or disabled persons or nursing mothers. That is why it's not only unfortunate, but also unfair and an impediment to development that women's participation in the justice sector, particularly the judiciary, remains low. And while the number of women in the sector has increased, gender parity has not yet been achieved globally. Research conducted by IAWJ and others shows that serious barriers continue to impede the entry, retention, and advancement of women judges. These include stereotypes and prejudiced attitudes towards women, lack of transparency in recruitment and promotion processes, legal and social restrictions on women's mobility, and sexual harassment and lack of respect for women's authority. Dismantling these persistent barriers should be our joint priority. And for IAWJ, promoting women's leadership and participation in the delivery of justice is a critical part of our work. 10 years ago, in 2012, at the high-level political forum on the rule of law at national and international levels, IAWJ committed itself and its resources to ensure women's increased participation in the justice system. And our experience over these past 10 years shows that dismantling barriers to women's participation in the justice sector requires consistent, targeted, and ambitious action on multiple fronts. We have to harness political will for governments to make a conscious effort to improve women's participation in the justice sector, institute transparent and fair selection, nomination, and promotion processes, support women's judges and law networks at the national, regional, and international level, and strengthen gender expertise in the judiciary, and support judges who are responsive to gender concerns, and support the empowerment of women and girls. We are honoured to be a long-standing partner of the International Association of Women Judges in promoting a much-needed focus on gender parity in the judiciary at the global, regional, and national levels. We are proud to work with the National Association of Women Judges in Uganda to strengthen capacity on gender-responsive adjudication and institutional resource mobilization and coordination. And last year, we were pleased to support the association in the development of the research report on the assessment of justice delivery for victims of defilement in Uganda. The report was launched by the Chief Justice and has been disseminated within the judiciary. In Kenya, we partnered with the International Association of Women Judges Kenya in conducting a gender audit of the judiciary. And last year, Chief Justice Martha Koome launched the judiciary's gender mainstreaming policy, which drew upon our collective work. This is part of her vision, her bold vision, I would say, to promote social transformation through access to justice. In Somalia, where IDLO is promoting access to justice through alternative dispute resolution centres, we continue to champion the inclusion of women as adjudicators, counsellors, and advisors. And these women are invaluable in supporting cases brought by women to the ADR centres. So although much has been done, we cannot afford to be complacent. One of the key challenges is the limited data available on women's participation in the justice system. There's an urgent need to support efforts to build a global system of consistent and accessible data, and that is part of our work. In conclusion, national associations of women judges have a key role to play in every country. We've heard today that there are now 43 such associations that have grown over the past 20 years. And since today, I have the honour to be in the company of His Excellency, the President, and His Lordship, the Chief Justice, I would like to respectfully request that the National Association, and national associations everywhere, receive the support and resources they need to contribute to the shared goal of access to justice for all. Excellencies, you have the power to achieve gender parity in the judiciary and to drive systemic change. In this, IDLO is your proud partner. I wish all of us a successful conference. I look forward to the outcome of the discussions and to working with you to transform your deliberations into concrete actions that change the lives of people everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jan Bigo. You made this possible through the support of IDLO. A round of applause for her once again. Thank you, and thank you so much. Your Excellency, we are coming towards the climax of this opening ceremony. And just before the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Uganda comes, Your Excellency, with us is the High Commissioner of Tanzania to Uganda, His Excellency Ambassador Aziz Lima. You're most welcome. The country representative of UN Women, Ms. Pauline Chiwangu, is with us. You're most welcome. The Access to Justice Program Secretariat is represented by Ms. Rachel Odoi and Lucy Ladira. Your Excellency, with your permission, I now invite the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. My Lord, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Justice of Uganda, the learned Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Honorable Principal Judge, my Lords, Justices and Judges of our courts of IAWJ, my Lord, the Executive Director, International Association of Women Judges, my Lords, the members of the International Association of Women Judges across the different regions of the world, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, high commissioners, and other members of the diplomatic corps, the Director General, International Development Law Organization, the country representative of the International Development Law Organization, we worship the Chief Registrar, the Secretary to the Judiciary, the worships, registrars, and magistrates present, the President, Uganda Law Society, and other distinguished members of the professional bar, members of civil society organizations present, distinguished officials in your various capacities, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, before you came, the President of the International Association of Women Judges, Uganda chapter, made a presentation in which she made a recognition which I affirm, hailing you for the tremendous work you've done in the pursuit of protection of women's rights and the realization of gender equality. Your Excellency, when one day historians put pen to paper to discuss your contribution as a Ugandan leader, I reckon your contribution to the women cause will be one of the paramount considerations. When they tear to pieces your pronouncement in 1986 that yours will not be a change of guards but would be a fundamental change, among the handful of things that will be testimony to this is the tremendous contribution you made in the emancipation of the woman during your tenure in office. For my part, I want to hail you, I want to recognize your unwavering commitment to the judiciary of Uganda. I don't remember the last time I invited you for any judiciary function and you declined. To us, this means you recognize the importance of the judiciary in the scheme of national governance. I use this occasion, Your Excellency, to welcome my sister, Lady Justice Martha Koome, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, for not only accepting to attend the conference, but also to deliver a keynote address on women in judicial leadership, breaking barriers and inspiring all. Your Excellency, Kenya is ahead of us. Kenya has a lady Chief Justice already. Yesterday, when I was chatting with her, when she was boasting of this, I fired back and said, we had the first lady vice president in the whole of Africa. And we have not stopped recognizing the importance of women as top leaders in our country. Your Excellency, let me say this. Except that, of course, the office of the Chief Justice is not vacant, as we all know. There is an impediment at the moment. I speak this with authority as head of the judiciary of Uganda. We have within the judiciary of Uganda a handful of Ugandan lady justices who are ready to take over the mantle of the leadership of the judiciary of Uganda. I say this with contentment, I say this with pride, I say this knowing that when my tenure in office is over, I should not be surprised if the next Chief Justice of Uganda were a woman. My Lord Chief Justice Martha, we hail you for your achievements as a female Chief Justice. And the most recent assignment you well executed, which has been followed by peace and stability, is testimony to that. It gives us a lot of enthusiasm to hear and learn from your esteemed accomplishments. We welcome you and your team for honoring our invitation. In a special way, I have the pleasure to welcome all the domestic and international guests who have braved the times and accepted to come and attend this important biennial event. We thank you heartily and welcome you to the Pearl of Uganda, Pearl of Africa rather. When you are here, please find time to prove Sir Winston Churchill right when he said Uganda is the Pearl of Africa. Now, as we all know, the judiciary does not use catapult. We do not use the weapons that mankind has known for fighting its wars, catapults, arrows, spears, guns, to ensure that peace prevails. Our weapon is adjudication of disputes, bringing harmony in society, ensuring peace and development takes place in the country. We are therefore called upon to break the bottlenecks to access to justice in our communities and let justice flow like a river. When you read Prophet Amos, chapter 5, verse 24, it talks about justice must flow like a river. In Jeremiah, chapter 22, verse 3, that's what the celebrated prophet has to say, open quote. This is what the Lord says: administer justice and righteousness, rescue the victim of robbery from the hand of his oppressor. Do no wrong or violence to the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow. Close quote. Now, Your Excellency, this conference is very timely. Uganda is currently grappling with an upsurge, and I'm made to understand it is a global phenomenon, an upsurge of cases of gender-based violence and women and children trafficking. Because of our cultural setup, excuse me, eliciting evidence from women and children, especially relating to sexual matters, has been the worst go area for any prosecutor. A number of cases are cause listed and dismissed for want of prosecution, while a few others cannot be proved because the key witnesses are reluctant to open up and tell the court the unfortunate tale leading to the crime. We are hopeful that this conference will, among many other things, act as a forum to share views, experiences, and best practices on how we can best manage these justice needs in our land so that justice can flow like a river. The judiciary of Uganda is mandated by Article 126 of our Constitution to adjudicate cases of both a civil and criminal nature. This authority is derived from the people and must be exercised by the courts in the name of the people and in conformity with the law and with the values, norms, and aspirations of the people. This simply means that in administering and delivering justice, the judiciary must follow the law and be guided by the values, norms, and aspirations of the people as the Constitution commands. The values, norms, and aspirations of the people vary greatly and are affected by the cultural and religious settings in which we are born and nurtured. It is for this reason that while the Constitution encourages the people to belong to, enjoy, practice, profess, maintain, and promote any culture, cultural institution, language, tradition, creed, or religion in community with others, the same Constitution prohibits any laws, cultures, customs, or traditions which are against the dignity, welfare, or interests of women, or which undermines their status. Your Excellency, this provision is found in the Constitution. It is also found in our Judicature Act. It is notoriously known as the clause that prohibits the application of customs and practices which are contrary to good conscience. The repugnancy clause. Any culture, any practice, and let me also say any law which is passed which would be repugnant and contrary to good conscience should be struck down by the Constitutional Court for offending our aspirations as provided for in the Constitution. I also recognize and appreciate the great work executed by the President, National Association of Women Judges, in bringing together the women judges in Uganda and in organizing and hosting the International Women Judges Conference in Uganda. I am pleased to note that every 2 years, the indomitable team of women judges do visit one of the member states and together share experiences on how to uplift justice in that jurisdiction and beyond. Uganda is privileged to host the 17th IAWJ conference and to spearhead the association for the next 2 years. I congratulate you, my Lord Henrietta Wolayo, and your team for this great milestone. Finally, Your Excellency, I heartily thank each one of you gathered here, our esteemed guests, for coming to Uganda to share with us your global experiences and best practices. I pray that the good Lord keeps you strong and safe, guarantees you a successful conference, and ensures that you enjoy your stay in the Pearl of Africa, and then eventually au revoir. For God and my country. Now, Your Excellency, I take this singular honor to invite you, President of the Republic of Uganda, to address your people. Thank you.
Sit down, please. Justice, the Principal Judge, the Minister, all the judges who are here, and the development partners. First of all, IAWJ. What IAWJ? You want some? IAWJ is the right talk. They are allowed me. Recently, I was invited to Kenya to attend the swearing-in of His Excellency Arab Ruto. And because they think I'm a good man, one of the senior ones, they made me sit near the high table. And who sat next to me? 2 women. Very powerful. I had seen them on the TV. They were involved in the case, the constitutional case. I said, I'm going to. How can I sit near these powerful women? I was shaking. And I told them, of course I was teasing them, but I liked sitting next to these ladies. And I'm glad one of them is here today. You are most welcome. Now, I'm very happy to take part in this dialogue because I know what it is all about. I have been involved in it for the last 62 years, more or less. I was in the university with your seniors, boys who were with us and girls, who decided to become lawyers, and eventually many of them became judges, and some of them chief justices in East Africa. Like Chief Justice Benjamin Oroki was one of those. We had in Tanzania, we had Ramadan. Ramadan became Al-Qur'an Mkuu Ramadan. He was with us in the university. In Kenya, we had the likes of Amos Wako and Lee Muthoga. These were our groups. So we were discussing these very topics. And I'm very lucky to come here to share with you. My contribution to this debate is to advise you that we talk of conservation of nature, of the national parks. We conserve. Kwa Kiswahili tunasema kuhifadhi. Kuhifadhi, to conserve what is good. Now, I think one of the topics you need to deal with, and this we keep talking about it, but sometimes it's not very clear to others, because during those days of the students, we took different paths. There were some of the boys and girls who are taking what we were calling the professional line. I am a lawyer, I concentrate on the law. But for us, we are saying no, the law cannot be not in a context. The law must always be in a context. Many of the values the lawyers talk about, the modern lawyers, are really middle class values. values of the middle class. If you go to Europe, where some of the partners come from, those values were not always values. At one time, they had the same sort of problems like you are talking about here. Women being marginalized, all those things you are talking about, they went through it. This is not an African problem. It is a problem of the human race. But what has happened in Europe in the last 600 years is that there has been socio-economic transformation. The society has changed. If you go to Europe, you go, because we studied all these issues, there's nothing we don't know. If, for instance, you go to 1400, what was the structure of the European society? You will find that they had the aristocrats, the feudalists, they had the peasants, the farmers, and they had the artisans, the blacksmith, so on and so forth. But you come to 1789, during the time of the French Revolution, you find how the society has metamorphosed. I like to use that word. Social metamorphosis. Like the insect, that insect, metamorphosis, is the same organism. But it goes through different forms of life. It is an egg. The egg hatches and becomes a caterpillar. The caterpillar becomes a pupa. And then the pupa becomes a mature butterfly. We call that, in biology, metamorphosis. Similarly, society has been metamorphosing. So when you come to the time of the French Revolution, and that's why really you should take these subjects seriously, not just study and forget about them. Because they have got implications for whatever you are doing. So by the time of the French Revolution, that three-class society of Europe, the aristocrats, the peasants, and the artisans, has changed into a four-class society. You now have the aristocrats, the feudalists, you have the bourgeoisie. That's a French word, which those from France can help you with, meaning the middle class. This is a new class. It had never existed in human history. This was new, the middle class. What was the livelihood of the feudalists dependent on? It was dependent on obsuru, rent from land, taking rent from the peasants. But how about this new force, new group, the middle class, the bourgeoisie? What were their livelihood based on? It was based on profit, the concept of profit. The difference between the input cost and the final price, the profit. We've got a new structure of society which now depends on profit, not on rent, but on profit. And it's a dynamic group. Because of that, they were very dynamic, they were very active. Then the third class were the proletariat. Proletariat were the working class. In Europe, you had people, as Karl Marx said, who had nothing else to sell except their labor. They no longer had property. They no longer had what they could only sell their labor and be paid for it. And what were they dependent on? Wages, salaries, umsara. Then you still had the peasants. They were still there at that time. And what were the peasants living on? They were living on their sweat minus what the landlords took. So that was the structure of the society in Europe by the time of the French Revolution, more than 200 years ago. If you go to Europe today and you look for peasants, they are no longer there. You try and go there and say, I'm looking for peasants. Even the feudalists, the ones we call feudalists, are no longer really there. So what you have now in Europe is a two-class society. The middle class and the skilled working class. So my challenge to the African lawyers, and intellectuals is to ask you a question. Are you going to maintain a backward society, a pre-capitalist society, and then somehow you transplant the middle class values and you think they will stick? This is the challenge we should address. So I think it is not correct to go on just talking about, because this is what we call the base and the superstructure, the foundation of the house and the roof. You cannot have a pre-capitalist society, Karamojong running around stealing cows, Turkanas, all these characters, Pokot, running around, and then you come and you preach them about these rights of this and that. Yes, you can try, but it will not. It is a problem. So therefore, it's correct. I don't know what the judge who spoke before I came said. It's a fact that here we have been pushing for human rights from our student days, not just now. We are the ones who recruited women in the army for the first time. We introduced positive favoritism. You remember when I added points on you people? 1.5 points for girls to go to university at the government sponsorship. Really discrimination, that's unconstitutional, but we did it. We are calling it affirmative action. So we have been doing all that. We are the first in Africa to introduce. I don't know whether there is a member of parliament here. The parliament now is very huge. I don't know how many there. How many constituencies do you have now? 300 and I don't know what. At one time, we had 214 constituencies for elections, but only 14 women had gone through the competition. So that's when we introduced a special seat for women per district. We did all this. But you can see still problems you are talking about. Even when the law says no, what do we call it, this defilement. To deal sexually with a girl who's below 18, it is a defilement, and the punishment is death. It is in the Constitution, in the law. But as you are saying now, a woman is defiled and doesn't want to come out and report. So, you can see what I'm saying. Transplanting a value onto an old structure. And if you want to go back to the Bible, you remember what Jesus said. Don't put new wine in old skins. Because the new wine is bubbling, it will break the skin. I didn't know that Jews were using skins for drinks. Skins are used for tobacco and other dry things. Not for liquids. Liquids we use calabashes. You saw the calabashes. Their churches didn't have them here. The calabashes, they are the ones for liquids. But I think for them they were using the skins. And Jesus said, if you put new wine, so this is the problem now. New wine in old skins. So therefore, all the intellectuals, forget not just the lawyers, we need a holistic understanding of this issue. We can do as much as we have done. Like for instance, when I appoint a vice president who is a woman, I am sending a signal to the girl, to everybody that girls, there is one of our tribes here called Bagwere. I don't know whether you know where they come from. They come from Parisa. I don't know whether there is any Mugwere here. When I had just come from the bush, I went there for a visit. And there was a woman leader who was moreover the deputy headmistress of Navumari at that time. She came with a women group, dancing. Mukali muntu, mukali muntu, mukali muntu. Meaning that the woman is also a person. You can see the psychology, as if it is in question. Yeah? They were dancing, mukali muntu, mukali muntu. But I said, who said the woman was not a person, a human being? But they are trying to assert themselves, because there is some idea that a woman is not really a full human being. And where does this idea come from? From the traditional society, from the old scheme, where you are trying to put new wine. Yes, we can try, but and we have tried. In fact, I liked her so much, I appointed her RRGC. Until recently, when she was a bit tired, and then I gave her a pension. So, but the issue is, be clear that the symbolic and actions in the superstructure will remain challenging as long as the base is not changed. And what does the base mean? The base means we must phase out the peasantry and build a middle class, skilled working class like in Europe. That's what they have done. If you do that, it will be much easier to consolidate the gains of the women movement. But then, what Chief Justice Owinjidoro also told you right now comes in. And that's why we did the understanding with our people, our partners in the West, when here we are struggling to change the society, and we are passing through two ways. One way is universal education, everybody to go to school. This one is not well understood by the advocates, you people who advocate for women's rights. You don't support me. I'm always fighting alone. And the universal education to be fully implemented, I had introduced in 1997, almost a quarter century ago, free education. Banish school charges in schools so that the children study free in the government schools. But you hear some of the head teachers bring back the cost, the what, then the school drop out, children drop out of school. Then, So, you, the movement of women, support free education. So that path of transformation through education is not interfered with. I'm struggling with the local parasites. These head teachers are local parasites. They look at children as a source of money. Instead of implementing our policy of free education, money. They are always bringing money. And yet for us, we say, let the children study free in government schools. And when they study free, the most beneficiary will be girls. Because when the family is faced with the problem of money, when they have got to decide who should leave school and who should stay, then the girl is the one who drops out. So, where is the woman movement in my war with the local parasites? Those local parasites, the head teacher is a parasite. There are small business people, some local traders, who have small businesses. They want to turn the school into a market, to sell kaunga, sell what to the school. Then they bring, we must feed children. We must bring money for school feeding. The government is not asking for money, but these local parasites are bringing money now for school feeding. But if I don't have money, let my child not eat. You let him study. They expel the child. So that war, where are you? You, the women movement people. I'm asking them in war because they don't, in English it may not be clear. So, one path of changing society is universal free education for all children. Don't talk about the roof without talking about the foundation. The second route is through business. You know how you see, you people from other parts of the world, you don't know these Ugandans. You see them there, you don't know how complicated they are. Some of these people are spoiled by nature. Uganda is so nice. Even if you are a fool, you can survive here. In other parts of the world, if you are a fool, you die. And the matter is resolved. But here, people don't work. They just want to stay with I'm going to see my relatives. See them what? Are they sick or what? He just goes and stays eating free things. Then after 3 months, then he goes to see other people. They talk of what they call subsistence economy. That there is economy where you are only working for the stomach. But if you work only for the stomach, for eating, how about the pocket? How about the pocket? How about your non-food needs? You cannot believe it. You tell these visitors, please, don't hide from them. Tell them the truth. That in 1969, when we had the census, only 4% of the people were in the money economy. Imagine that. Only 4% were in the money economy. The other 96% were in what they call non-monetary GDP. These are things that people outside Africa don't know, especially outside Uganda, because Uganda is where you can live doing nothing. Because the nature is so good. Then when we came into government, we started struggling, but the intellectuals don't take it up. The intellectuals who are with us in the universities, for them they go just in the small area, I'm a lawyer, open an office. They don't get the social economic context. So some of us who took on this battle, we go and fight it. Now, by 2013, you can imagine, 68% of the homesteads were still outside the money economy. 68% of the homesteads are not in the money economy. The ones in the money economy are only 32%. So that's when I had to involve the army. These people are witnesses, the judges here of Uganda. I had to involve the army. To persuade people to get out of poverty. They have land. You ask these Europeans whether any of them has got land at home. You ask them, do you have land at home? They don't have land. The ones who have land are very few. But here, even the most not so useful person has got land. They have land. 3 acres, so many acres, some even 10 acres, 100 acres. So we have been begging them, please, use the land for food security, but also for money making. And that's how I involved the army. Taking free seedlings, the coffee, you take them to their homes, you plant coffee, please. We beg you. Now I hear that when that UBOS, the one you are talking about, when they checked recently, they found that 61% of the homesteads are now in the money economy for the first time in human history. 61% of the homesteads in Uganda are in the money economy. The ones outside, just sitting, just eating and sleeping, 39% still. So we have now launched that campaign, the recent one, of the partial development model, to get this 39% also in the money economy. Because that is the second route to change the woman. The first route is education, universal free education. Because an educated woman knows what to do. And it's not easy to deceive or to confuse or to misuse. But secondly, business, money, economy. Okay, we still have some tactical issues there. Like it is true that because of the other archaic, the old scheme, we still have problem of inheritance for the girls. The girls are not, according to the tribal, the girls are not supposed to inherit. It is the boys. Uh-huh. Of course, me, I don't respect that. Me, my girls, they have their share. Uh-huh. And of course, there were reasons also for that. There were reasons, but we don't have time to go into that. So we can struggle with that. But once the concept of, because even the boy who was inherited is not engaged in money economy. Even the boy you say has inherited land, he's not involved in money economy. So, but once they all wake up and they are engaged in money economy, and then it only remains the problem of the girls accessing land. That is simple because we can use different tactics. We can rent land. We can do this. As we struggle with the culture of the old scheme, Now, when I heard that there were judges, women judges from East Africa, and now you say they are from Africa, I thought they were from East Africa. So I'm very lucky to be here with you. Apart from telling you about the old skin and new wine, maybe I should also conclude by 3 points. When we separated with our colleagues, the lawyers, the boys and girls who are studying with us, we who took the line of freedom fighting took time to study about the socio-economic issues. And we identified 3 issues. Number 1, prosperity. How do societies build prosperity? And it ties, of course, with what we are discussing here. Can you ensure human rights and democratic rights? Because for us, we are very systematic. We distinguish human rights from democratic rights. I don't have time to go into that, but there are some fundamental human rights, but there are also democratic rights and so on. We have got our own culture of doing things. But the question is, without prosperity, with a pre-industrial, a pre-capitalist economic system, can you ensure prosperity of people and ensure the human rights of the people? Secondly, how can we guarantee strategic security in Africa? And thirdly, how about the fraternity of the African people? How do we use it to achieve prosperity and also strategic security? That's why we go back and say, what do you need as a family to create prosperity in your family? And our answer is, produce a good or a service and you sell it. In other words, learn what the French had learned more than 200 years ago. Because when the French had a revolution in 1779, there was already a class of the middle class, not only in France, but even in other countries of Europe. But France is a good example, because it was well captured in that revolution of 1789. So, if you learn the culture of producing a good banana bunch, a soap, whether it is produced by agriculture, whether produced by industry, it is a good. Or a service. Lawyers provide a service of okuwolereza nti n'ekizibu kyange jangu ompoleza omusango. So you are service providers, you people. So therefore, we, the freedom fighters, and our elders, the one who are following, Mwalimu Nyerere, Mandela, those who are a bit older than us, what we are telling you was that when you produce a good or a service and you sell it, the more you sell, the more prosperous you will become. Produce a good, produce a service, sell it. And the more you sell, the more prosperous you will become. So what does this mean? It means market integration. You cannot say that you're East African lawyers, judges, what, and you don't understand and you don't care about the integration of East Africa, about the integration of Africa. Because then the question is, if you don't integrate, how will prosperity be created? Because you know very well that if you don't have enough market of what you produce, you will not expand. The other day at our independence, I asked you a question, I asked all of you a question, you the intellectuals. I said, are you determined to build a Latin America in Africa? Or a United States of Africa in Africa? I asked you that question. I have not had any answer. They have all kept quiet. Nobody has answered me. Nobody has said you are talking nonsense. Nobody has said you are talking sense. So I don't know what. I have not checked on the social media what they are saying. Latin America is a very rich part of the world. They have water, they have land, they have minerals, but they are very poor. You see them walking on foot, going to the United States. All those countries are very rich with natural resources, but they are badly organized politically and economically. And if you are a businessman in Nicaragua, in Honduras, in El Salvador, you can't succeed. The market is too small. So, what are the judges saying about prosperity? Secondly, strategic security. You see these problems, so-called security problems in Africa, these are simple problems. But to handle them in a fragmented way, they become a big problem. Because each country is trying to handle. The terrorists are Pan-Africanists when the African actors are fragmented. So you hear the chaos in what do you call the place, Niger, in Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, Somalia here, Ethiopia, Congo, so many places, problems, because the security of Africa is not handled in a Pan-Africanist way. What is simple becomes very big. Then finally is, but these people whom you are fragmenting, do you know that they are similar people or linked? Because the Africans are just 4 groups. You have what you call the Niger Congo. These are the Bantus and the Kwa group of southern Nigeria, southern Ghana. The Igbo. There is a woman, an Igbo woman. She was the finance minister. I think she's a big woman in the world. She was in the World Bank. Her name is Ngozi. So I asked her, what does your name mean? Her name means love. And you know, in one of the tribes in Uganda, the one from Fort Portal, what they call love. Do you have anybody from Fort Portal here? Somebody come and help me. I can see somebody putting up her hand. You come and help me. I'm tired of being the one to speak. You come and help me. The one who's putting up her hand there, you come with the microphone. What does Ngozi mean? Microphone is there. Ngambiri bara lyawe okonyere najwa nokubaza.
My name is Monica Mugenyi, Your Excellency.
Monica Mugenyi, my Mugenyi.
Yes, Lord, my
Oh, very good. We have got some relationship somehow.
And the word Ngonzi means love.
Love in Fort Portal, in Bunyoro, Toro Bunyoro. The name of the woman in southern Nigeria, Ngozi, is exactly what it means in Toro here. So you can't believe it. Now, these are the people, they are different tribes. What, you know, all these idiots who say they are leading you, they are your enemies. They just emphasize difference, instead of looking for commonalities. So the whole of that area up to South Africa, these are all one group, the Niger-Congo group of languages. That's why Mandela, if you ask Mandela, how do you greet? Sawubona. Do you have somebody from South Africa here? Yes. Where's somebody from South Africa? I know you are very big people, your lordships, please. Can you help me from South Africa? Come to the microphone. I know you are a very important person, but never mind. Jesus was humble, he came to earth. How do we greet in our, are you Zulu?
I'm Sotho speaking. Good day, Mr. President. My name is Audrey Mashoko.
But you know Zulu?
Yes, I speak all languages in South Africa.
Sawubona.
Sawubona, kunjani?
How do I answer?
Philile wena unjani?
Now, Sawubona is from the verb kubona.
Yes.
Kubona in their version of South Africa means to see.
Yes.
That's what it is, to see. Now here, in our language here, kubona, of course these are diaspora from here. They are all people who left here and went to South Africa.
Yes, sir.
Now, with them, kubona means to see. But when they were traveling, I think we were using the same word, but when they were traveling, we developed new words. And we shifted kubona to mean to see something. Let me disturb another big, but before you go, dumerera, that is Tswana, Sutu.
That's Sotho.
Dumerera, what does it mean?
What do you say?
What does dumerera mean?
Dumela is also a greeting word in Sotho. We have 3 groups of Sotho speaking.
Is it like,
areas. Yes, it is.
How did you sleep or what?
Orobetseya.
Or meaning what?
In Zulu ulele kanjani?
But dumerera, kulala, do you have kulala?
Yes.
What does kulala mean in Sutu?
It depends on the context that you want to put it across.
What? Which are the contexts? Kulala. Kulala means to spend the night or to sleep or what?
Orobala, it means to sleep. And I can say to you, Orobale Khabotse, which is steady. In Zulu is Ulale Kahle.
Kulala
Ukulala,
is spend the night.
Yes.
Now you can hear. Now this is 4,000 miles away, and we are speaking. In Zulu, what do they call a woman?
Umfazi.
Now you people. What are you saying? Siyabonga.
Siyabonga is thank you, Realebocha in Sotho.
Yes, so I'm thanking you in Zulu, Siyabonga, for helping me.
Kialebocha ntate.
Thank you. Now I'm going to disturb a very powerful man, Bananga. I don't know how I will do it. This is the Deputy Chief Justice of Butera. Please come and help us with the microphone. Because you had our people there, the Zulus, the Mandela's group, the Kosa, they greet Saubona. I have seen you from the word Kubona. So I have this, whether he can help me on. What is Kubona in one of those?
Na kureba.
No, Kubona
is to see. Or kureba.
Yeah, but see what?
Now, if you, I have seen you.
No, who can help you tell us? Do you have some? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have some other Banyankure here? Okubona. Let me give you up. The Okubona means to see something lost. So in South Africa, they are now using Kubona to mean to see now, but why with us, it is to see something that was lost. Nakibona, I've seen it, but it was lost, I have found it. So therefore, my third point, number one is, how will you create prosperity? Number two, how will you create strategic security for your people? These Africans have suffered so much. They suffered under the slave trade, suffered under colonialism. They are now suffering under independent governments of Africa. How can that be? Now, therefore my third question is, but why? So to answer the other two, our answer is integration. Integration, economic, and even in some cases political, if it is possible. But the third and final question is, by the way, the people we are talking about integrating, do you know that they are similar people or linked people who are very easy to integrate? And in our case, we even have Swahili, which is a non-tribal language, which is shared by the whole of much of East Africa. We are not like the Europeans. In the European Union, they are stuck. When they are in the European Union, what language do you speak? You speak German, you speak English, you what? For us, we can use Swahili. So therefore, I think it is all right to discuss about rights, but I think it is more correct to discuss the rights with discussing the foundation of the society, so that you can be able to have a new society, a new container for the new wine, not an old container for the new wine. Now, the speaker from the Austrian embassy raised the question of the confusion which was here on the 18th, 19th, 20th of November 2020, just as we were going for the election. Again, we go back to the superstructure and the foundation. Uganda is, we have been able to build a state which is able to guarantee safety in Uganda, to maintain peace. This is not easy because we have to deal first of all with the resource base, have enough funds to support the system, the civil administration, but also the security side. That's why for us we don't call the UN to come and defend us here. We cannot call the UN that we can't defend ourselves, you come and defend us. We defend ourselves. We maintain internal security ourselves. We maintain the borders by ourselves, according to our means. But we have also been dealing with the culture. So therefore, as part of guidance, you need to understand that really the challenges which we have in the pre-capitalist societies. Remember, these are pre-capitalist societies. They are societies before traditional societies of Africa, which were based on different ideas. Part of our struggle is to build capacity. Capacity, technical, but also cultural. You see, for instance, take the phenomenon of security personnel, policemen, soldiers, beating prisoners. It's a struggle. These are recruited, but they are recruited from the traditional society. They come to the army, to the police, but they come with traditional ideas, which you try to get rid of by talking, and even by law. But it's a struggle. Because these people know that in our language here, they say, akawakaiva, akawakabi, kakorachi, akawakabi, kabunyambo. Meaning that a stealing dog pays with its back. When you find a dog stealing food, you beat it. So a thief must be beaten. A suspect must be beaten. Because it is being punished for stealing. But we are trying to say, so you beat him as a punishment. But we are telling this policeman, please, your job is not to punish. Your job is simply arrest and charge. The one to punish is another one. It's not you. It's a struggle to make these people see that your job is simply to arrest, to investigate. The job of punishing will be done by somebody else. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. It must be done. It is in the law, it is very clear, it is in the Constitution, separation of powers, but for them, it doesn't sink in their system. Now, then you come to octatia. Octatia, traditionally, it was permissible to beat a suspect until he admits. You tell us, who did this? You know? Now, we are telling them that this is not necessary. Even if, because for them they think that if he doesn't admit, the case will be weak in the court. So it's better you beat him so that he admits, and then the case is strong. But this concept, and it is there in the traditional society, it is there the issue of circumstantial evidence. It is there but a little bit weak. It is there. For instance, there is a proverb which says, meaning that, how is it that when my sheep disappeared, the hyena defecated feces with the hair of a sheep in it? That means the hyena is the one which ate at my ship. But it's not very strong. So they still have, so it's a struggle. So therefore, you should understand that we combine legislation with the sensitization and culture change of these groups. Thank you so much. I would have stayed longer to share more with you, but I thank you so much. Thank you for coming. And the more you read, I think the easier it will to get solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let us give a round of applause. Different tribes, one people. We now stand up to sing the anthems in reverse order as we bring an end to the opening ceremony. Anthems, please. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We thank you so much for this opening ceremony. We have come to the end, and I've been advised, Your Excellency, you've allowed us to take 3 photographs with a few people to keep our memory for this. So the first is His Excellency and the front row. I request the front row to quickly move to take the photographs. Next will be His Excellency with the heads of the delegations. My lords, I already read out your names. Please prepare quickly to come. Have your masks on and keep social distance as you come for the photograph. And the last photograph will be His Excellency and a few representatives of the Uganda chapter. And those representatives, we have the President, Lord Wolayo, Justice Alviza, Justice Eva Luswata, Justice Elizabeth Alviza, Justice Olive Kazarwe, Justice Susan Abinyo. As I call your name, please make your way here. Follow the gentleman so that you take the photo. So the next one is the heads of delegation. I expect to see the head from Kenya, Lady Justice Agnes, Tanzania, Honorable Dimelo, South Africa, Justice Audrey, Ghana, Lady Justice Owusu, Zambia, Honorable Chisangwa, Nigeria, Justice Aisitu. I expect those members to take the photo, and then lastly, the Ugandan chapter of the members that I have called out. Yes, plus Ethiopia, all the heads of delegation, please, it's your turn. Go and catch a moment with His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
The last is by the Ugandan chapter. The names that I called out are representing the rest. So the Ugandan chapter of the members I called out are joining that photo. And then after we shall have other photos that I will call out. Please allow me to take a moment in that photograph. Thank you. There is this group of photos they've told me. So next, we are having photographs with the Chief Justices after they have seen off His Excellency with all the chapters. In the beginning, I said 5 members per chapter. We are keeping social distance. We are in the days that are not safe. So I'll be calling upon the different chapters, the development partners, to join in these photographs. So the next photographs will be taking place on the red carpet, and protocol team, can you quickly arrange the place for all the photographs? I'm calling upon the chapters to go and take photos. It's okay. Let me pass and put it. Okay, so the Kenya chapter, get ready. You'll be followed by the Tanzanian chapter. So photographs, Kenya chapter, get ready. The high table will call upon you. We are putting some seats so that we have organized photography for purposes of the record of this conference. Ushers and protocol officers, can you please expedite this process? Let's put the photographs and we have the chapters join the photo. Put the chairs. I need a protocol officer to usher the high table here to take their seats, and then the chapters join. Kenya, you're number 1. You'll be followed by Tanzania, South Africa, in that order. Protocol officers, let's increase our speed.
Let them change their face. Are the one to show it.
judges, South Africa, the UK delegate, and then the last chapter of Uganda. Dr. Rosewood, please, we have one more chapter of Uganda, the final one. Thank you. That is the UK delegate. You have the honor to sit there. Thank you. The last will be Uganda chapter 2. After that, we go for lunch. The tent behind me, we shall find our food coupons there. We eat and we ensure that we are in the hall, Victoria Hall, at exactly 2 for the next.
Very kind announcement. I'm really grateful. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's time for lunch. It's time for lunch. It's time for lunch. All of us are invited to lunch. The tent is behind me, just where I'm pointing at. That tent below there. There are food coupons as you enter the lunch venue. Let us all go and enjoy our lunch. And then we go in for the delegates. We will go in for the afternoon session where we have the keynote address. For the guests of the opening ceremony, we thank you and thank you so much for being part of this opening. Thank you.
Now they go for lunch.
The Chief Justice of Kenya. Honorable delegates, we are good to go. We are going to start. I request all of us to sit. And at this juncture, I want to invite the session chair, all the way from the Court of Appeal of Nigeria, the Honorable Lady Justice Polaji Yusuf. She will be taking us as the chair of the session. My Lord, you're most welcome. Hello, hello, yeah.
Good afternoon, my lords, my sisters, and our brothers who are here to support. We know you have always been there for us. You have always supported our efforts. We appreciate you. Because of the time, we go right away into the program, which is the keynote address to be delivered by none other than our eminent senior sister, the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, my lady, Honorable Justice Martha K. Kume. You're welcome, my lord. Indeed, we can see that women are breaking barriers and are dismantling the glass ceilings. Like His Excellency said this morning, education of a girl child, it is education of a whole nation. If for anything, our senior sister here is a very shining example. I have a resume here, but because of time, I'll just read a few lines. My lady, the Chief Justice Martha K. Kume, EGHA, assumed office on 21st May 2021. As the 15th Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and 3rd President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, she is the first woman to hold the office of the Chief Justice since the Kenyan judiciary was established in more than a century ago. Indeed, are we not breaking the glass ceilings? Prior to his appointments as a Chief Justice, she has served in various levels of court, including the Court of Appeal, where she left a very remarkable improvement and advancement in case management, organization of registry, and litigation department. We all know those are the engine rooms of the judiciary, and she made her mark. Today the world is a global village. Our recent achievement, the entire world was watching. After the Kenyan election, there was a petition. It took weeks to hear and determine that case, and the country went ahead smoothly. There was less rancor, there was no violence, unlike the previous elections. because a woman was at the helm of affairs. The country is now enjoying peace. And we hope that will be replicated in many other African countries. Apart from being judges, we bring to bear our motherly training when we sit on the bench. We bring to bear human side of people in authority. That is what women do, and that is what we will continue to do. Our sisters who have achieved this continue to be a shining example for us. Yes.
Thank you very much, my sister judge, the chair of the session. Allow me to recognize in a very, very special way my brother, Chief Justice, and thank you for your very, very warm welcome to this country. Allow me also to recognize our sister and brother judges, magistrates, our development partners, very, very distinguished guests this afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is indeed a great honor for me to participate in this conference, and I'm most grateful to be amongst a galaxy of so many impressive women who have dared to dream big, who have dared to act on those dreams and to achieve great results. I applaud each and every one of you and urge us all to continue dreaming for our families, for our judiciaries, for our nations, and indeed for the world. I am so happy to be in Uganda because I say this without any apology, that the fire in me, the leader in me, was ignited when I visited Uganda as a very young lawyer in 1990 to meet with FINDA members from Uganda. We found how well they were organized, agitating for all reform, constitutional reform, and legal reforms for the benefit of women. And when we went back to Kenya, we spread the same fire. And it is that fire that led us to the Constitution 2010 that we are implementing today. So I owe that big gratitude to Uganda. I was also inducted into leadership of the judiciary by my sister, who is, I think, amongst us, the Lady Justice Solomon Bosa, who was the president of the Uganda Law Society, and she came to Kenya led by our leadership instinct and our woman instinct to recruit us, lawyers from Kenya, to join the East Africa Law Society. And that's how I became a founder member of the East Africa Law Society, where she was the president. I became the treasurer. So for me, Uganda is what brought out the best of who it is in me today. And I'm most grateful for that nurturing by our sister country, Uganda. Back to my speech, it is a reality that leadership in our public institutions in Africa, and indeed the world over, has for the longest time been a preserve for men. This is not only true of national leadership, but judicial leadership as well. In Kenya, for a long time, there were no women in the judicial space. When I was admitted to the bar in 1987, the number of women in the legal practice and in the judiciary was negligible. Indeed, the first woman to be appointed a judge of the High Court of Kenya, our Lady Justice Efe Owo, who became our mentor and our trailblazer, was only appointed in 1982. And 40 years down the line today, we are celebrating almost an equal number of women in the judiciary, men and women. We are just like Uganda, 49% women, 51% men. This is something to celebrate. And when I landed in this beautiful country, the media were curious to know what it is that is bringing women together from all over Africa to discuss what. And I told them, if there is nothing to celebrate, for us in Kenya there is a lot. From 1% 40 years ago to 49% cause for celebration. We need to appreciate that, my sister and brother judges. Our trailblazer later became the first woman in the Court of Appeal, the then apex court in the country, in 1998. She was joined by Lady Justice Joyce IAWJ, who was appointed as a High Court judge in 1993, and subsequently also a judge of appeal in 2007. Lady Justices IAWJ and IAWJ were the first founding two members who founded the Kenya Women Association of Judges in 1993, which was an affiliate of the International Women Judges Association. Indeed, they had to print with the Attorney General of the time to exempt them and allow them to form a society of two women. The only condition was they were to co-opt another woman from the AG chambers who was a senior prosecutor. They were later joined by Lady Justices Roslyn Nambuye, who is with us today, Mary Angawa and Sarah Ondeo, to form a formidable team that inspired and encouraged women in the legal profession to join the judiciary. These gallant women steered our Kenya Women Judges Association programs that were aimed at stemming out systemic and endemic gender discrimination by addressing the law reform initiatives. It was their efforts that solidified the voices of the civil society and other human rights advocates, such as the Federation of Kenya Women Lawyers, FIDA Kenya, that culminated in the gains that we celebrate in the transformative Constitution of Kenya 2010 and a litany of other progressive laws that guarantee gender equality and equity in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the reality of the Kenyan judiciary, going by its composition for many years and even the physical structures, clearly confirm that the institution was not only conceived without women judges in mind. And this point is illustrated starkly by the fact that our court buildings did not provide for the ladies' bathrooms. These women judges and judicial officers who are serving in the judiciary in the 70s and the 80s, and to go to the hotels across the court building to access bathroom facilities. What this historical background tells us is that it has not been easy. It has not been an easy journey at all to get to the position where Kenya now has the rare distinction of having the positions of the Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, and the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, all positions occupied by women. We crossed the Rubicon in May 2021, and for us, it is not a mean feat. We regard it as a rare opportunity to be put into use to transform the judiciary by eradicating all the barriers that impede access to justice for all, especially the vulnerable in the society. And for this, my sister and brother judges, I round the speech by His Excellency, the President of Uganda, when he said, we have to eradicate poverty. We have to use the judiciaries to ensure that we promote and protect the human rights and protect the rule of law and defend the rule of law so that we can also defend our democracies in Africa. Across the continent, the state of affairs regarding the representation of women in the judiciary and other leadership positions is changing. This is evident from the fact that women are increasingly breaking the barriers to occupy positions of leadership within the executive, the legislature, and judiciaries. And this is not only in Kenya. We celebrate Tanzania, where they have a woman president. We celebrate Uganda, where they have a woman vice president and also prime minister. In Kenyan judiciary, we currently have 49% female judges as against 51% male judges and magistrates. And these changes mirror similar developments in the legal profession, where recent trends have actually shown that we have more female lawyers being admitted to the bar compared to their male counterparts. And this is something for us to celebrate. These changes echo broader cultural shifts that recognize our potential as women and as leaders, the importance of supporting women to achieve leadership positions, and a growing sense that public institutions, the private sector, and even nations cannot thrive and realize their full potential if half of their talent pool is unutilized. What the example from the Kenyan judiciary shows is that there are fewer and fewer firsts. Every time a woman gets into a position of leadership, it slowly becomes the norm. This is important, given that the more women get into positions of judicial leadership, the freer those women are free to free themselves and free others. This is so given that alone and isolated at the top, women in leadership are under pressure to assume and adapt to male norms. Not that there is anything wrong with the male norms, they are perfect for men. However, women can have and do have our own norms. We women must set our own boundaries. We must be unapologetic about being the best versions of ourselves, and inevitably, we find that society will always shift to accommodate us. When I sit as the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, I sometimes see women judges and magistrates struggling to sell themselves short so that they can fit in the norm. We find the society will always shift to accommodate us when we bring out the best of who we are. Surrounded by other women, it becomes easier to remain true to ourselves. This is due to the mutual mentoring and encouragement we are able to give each other. And I'm able to give that mentorship as the Chief Justice and also as the chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission. We must always remember that we grow when we lift other women up, especially when women are in leadership. Contrary to the popular belief, there is space for all of us at the top because we have different contributions, we have different strengths, and we have different aspirations. And when we bring them together, we become better. I am a living embodiment of this reality. Having supported women as the Deputy Chief Justice and the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary has been a great help for me, enabling me to optimally discharge my constitutional mandate. In effect, the increase in the number of women in judicial leadership has also had a transformative effect in that it changes the norm. Beyond changing the number of women in leadership in the judiciary, We are also focusing on having a substantive impact through policy instruments that govern our institution. We have adopted a gender mainstreaming policy. We have also adopted a sexual harassment policy, amongst other interventions to ensure that the judiciary is a conducive workplace for all of us where we can thrive and realize our potential as judges and magistrates and everybody working in the judiciary. In addition, we have embraced gender segregated data as a means of following up on the gender impacts of our initiatives and policies. We have a standing committee of the judiciary that is charged with the responsibility of steering these initiatives. And I dare say, even that standing committee, very critical committee, is also spearheaded by a woman. My Lord Chief Justice, my brother and sister judges, ladies and gentlemen, changing the norm by women in leadership can be seen in the approaches to leadership embraced by women in leadership positions. In the Kenyan judiciary, we have shifted leadership orientation and are actively pursuing an agenda which we call shared leadership. Everybody is a leader. What this means is that instead of emulating the military-style command and control style of leadership, we have adopted an approach that I, as the Chief Justice, is not all-knowing and is not the sole person to take credit for the achievements of the institutions. Each court, department, and unit is empowered to own the transformative agenda that we are championing in the judiciary. Indeed, each individual employee of the Kenyan judiciary is encouraged to be their own Chief Justice in whatever task they are assigned to discharge. The core thrust of this leadership approach is that leadership ought not to be seen as a matter of exercise of power. Rather, put differently, leadership ought to be transactional, not to be transactional but operational. In other words, leadership of the judiciary ought to be approached from the perspective that I, as the Chief Justice, am a team leader. This means the leadership is inspirational rather than directive. As the end of the judiciary, I see my role as that of coordination and balancing the various goals of the different segments of the institution and the people who work within the judiciary, and to steer the focus to everybody's efforts towards our shared institutional goals and objectives. Pursuing this ambition entails embracing an inclusive and participatory style of leadership that empowers all that work within the judiciary while striving to achieve the vision of the institution. This style of leadership is a two-way interaction that inspires, empowers, and motivates everyone working in the judiciary to embrace the values and the goals of the institution. In redefining leadership of judicial institutions, I find that women can leverage on our innate instincts. We can nurture and build institutions that can sustain themselves and also sustain others. Indeed, we can sustain our governments and our democracies by guiding them through the rule of law. In this regard, we are building the institutional structures and operational systems of the Kenyan judiciary in a manner that it can be a strong, independent institution that will be able to stand as a beacon of hope to the country for the years to come. And indeed, for the last 1 year, the Kenyan judiciary has been tested to the limit, but we were able to provide guidance and leadership to the nation in politically emotive and protracted disputes in the nature of a major constitutional review process, which I gathered was known all over the region, the one we call in Kenya Building Bridges Initiative, otherwise known as BBI, and also the recently concluded August 2022 presidential election. These two exercises that were undertaken when I was the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya sent a strong message to the nation that women are capable of offering leadership to the nation, even with regard to the most consequential political and legal questions of the day. There is much more we are doing as a judiciary to transform the justice sector and to impact more positively on those who come to our courts. We have embraced a systems approach. By this, we are seeking to inspire other institutions along the justice sector in order to transform the entire justice ecosystem under the auspices of the National Council on the Administration of Justice, otherwise known as the NCJ. This is a body that is chaired by myself, the Chief Justice, and brings together the stakeholders in the justice system to work together to solve systemic barriers to access to justice along the justice chain. And for this, allow me also to recognize that this is a practice we actually borrowed from Uganda. You are calling it chain link. I think we've affected it and made it look more glamorous when we call it the National Council on the Administration of Justice. But credit comes to Uganda, where we borrowed it, being called a chain link. Through the NCAJ, we've been able to address the barriers to access to justice, and we are tackling them through joint efforts which include eliminating high costs of litigation, delays in hearing and determination of cases. Yesterday at the Land Dispute Forum, we were able to hear the pain our litigants suffer when they have to come to court year in, year out for their determination of disputes. We are also addressing the problem of backlog of cases and also perceptions of corruption. Corruption is real, is also perceived, and therefore that is the work of the NCAJ to work together and see where there are barriers and hindrances to justice. We also look at the lack of legal awareness by our population, because sometimes their rights are violated, but they do not know how they can go about seeking remedies. We are also addressing geographical distances to the court stations. I am a believer that sustainability of institutions is an important objective for us leaders, and it is an area where women leaders excel most. Our very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my lord and lady judges, as women leaders, we have the advantage of having this innate ability to identify the pressure points in the society and to work towards resolving them. We are problem solvers. For example, adjudication of family law-related matters that include children cases, matrimonial causes, and succession disputes are amongst the largest contributors of backlog of cases in our courts. These family-related conflicts have under significant bearing to social disharmony in our communities and also in the families. Having identified the need for urgently resolving family-related conflicts as a priority area to ensure there is calm, peace, and tranquility, and also harmony in the society, we have championed several interventions to tackle this concern. This is why we have embraced in the judiciary a multi-door approach to resolution of disputes, and therefore we are encouraging alternative justice system and adoption of the court-annexed mediation to ensure there is expeditious resolution of disputes. In addition, we have conducted service weeks targeting the family courts to expedite the resolution of family disputes so that these disputes are resolved within 1 year. And if there are matters in court involving children, either children in conflict or in contact with the law, they are also concluded within 6 months. We hope that by resolving family conflicts expeditiously, we are contributing to the reduction of mental stress and toxic context within which families, including vulnerable women, operate. In this way, we are aiming at freeing people from conflicts within families so that they can pursue their goals and realize their full potential. Equally important is the need to inspire the emergence of a healthy and vibrant institutional culture that enables everyone to bloom and thrive. This is a culture that encourages rather than stifles individual innovation and creativity in discharging the mandate assigned to individuals within the institution. In the Kenyan judiciary, we are harnessing mentorship of the youth, including young women, to inculcate in them ownership of the judiciary. We are asking them, what kind of institution would you like to inherit from us? Therefore, you must take a proactive step to provide leadership even if you are young. We see them as the future of the judiciary, thus we are striving to empower them. We have gone ahead to establish a mentorship program for newly admitted lawyers that aims to impact on them trial advocacy skills. We actively involve them in our pro bono representation program with an aim of giving them confidence in the career path they are following, given that at that very stage of their career, they are bound to second guess themselves. Since I became the Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen, I have admitted 2,200 advocates in the role of advocates in Kenya. And every time I speak to them during the admission, I see the desperation in their faces because they wonder, where are we going to work? Where are we going to find jobs? And I'm eager to encourage them that our country is a country of hope and a country of opportunity. It's a country of 50 million Kenyans, a 13 trillion economy, and therefore there is a place for each one of us to thrive. But whatever God puts in your hands, you must do it properly so that it is blessed for you to move to the next stage. This is the work we are doing to see to it that we inspire leadership and confidence in the young people joining the profession. Leaders have the potential not merely to influence others, but to shape institutions and the society at large. Given this reality, the values and vision that we women judges pursue in leadership positions are critical in the quest to break barriers. Women in the judicial leadership can call out bias whenever we come across it in our judgment. We pronounce it most vehemently. We dismantle stereotypes and we call them out. We break inequalities and we call them out and call them unconstitutional, and we reject discrimination in the strongest terms possible, not only for ourselves, but also for the future generations. For us in the Kenyan judiciary, under the vision that we Christian social transformation through access to justice stage, we have a clear and practical substantive agenda that is focused on addressing the justice gap in our country by paying special attention to access to justice for the vulnerable groups. And this morning we were blessed to listen to His Excellency the President of Uganda talk about the vulnerable groups and encouraging us to work towards supporting the vulnerable groups and bringing them to what he called middle class. I would love to be, all of us, within the middle class. We are working towards the goal of having a judiciary that is responsive to the plight and challenges faced by vulnerable groups in the quest to access justice. These groups include women, children, persons living with disabilities, the youth, the minorities, and marginalized groups and older members of the society. The government that is in power today in Kenya came into power through a manifesto that was named Bottom Up. We in the judiciary are pursuing the stage, the social transformation through access to justice. It is also a bottom-up approach, but we dared not say that when they were campaigning. But ours was drawn from the Constitution of Kenya 2010 that is completely people-centered, that talks about putting efforts, affirmative action, to ensure that we address the vulnerable groups, the marginalized, the poor, the women, and the children. So this bottom-up comes actually from our Constitution. Some of the interventions that we are rolling out in this regard to ensure that we reach out to these vulnerable groups is the establishment of sexual and gender-based violence courts and the small claims courts. Our focus on addressing barriers to access to justice for the vulnerable is informed by the paradox and lived reality that access to justice in Kenya and other places is usually available to those who have financial, those who have political, or those who have cultural power, whereas the vulnerable and the marginalized groups experiencing discrimination and subordination are excluded from it. Tackling this paradox that those most in need for access to justice are the least likely to receive it, this is where our social transformation through access to justice vision comes in. We believe that we are addressing these concerns relating to barriers to access to justice. We will have a substantive impact and legacy on the justice sector in Kenya. We are also looking outward to see to it that we empower our citizenry so that they can seek solutions to the problems that they encounter. In other words, we are calling it judicial hygiene, which is akin to protection is better than cure in the health balance. In conclusion, despite various struggles and challenges and even discriminatory treatment women have undergone, we have increasingly broken the barriers to occupy leadership positions, including within our judiciaries. To ensure that the door to leadership space remains open, we need to harness opportunities offered by mentorship programs for leadership development. We need to coach and mentor those who work with us. We need to nudge them not to give up or to settle for less. We need to encourage them never to be afraid to lift their fellow women and their fellow human beings. It is better, it is sustainable world, to create a sustainable world when we are all growing together. We do not have to be our enemies, and indeed we cannot afford to be our enemies. Let us all continuously strive to keep the door of opportunity for leadership open to all segments of the society. This is important given that assumption of leadership positions by previously excluded groups is a means of social change. In the case of us women in leadership, it is a form of social change that yields greater equality between us and men. We try to work with our men hand in hand. Together, we can build a gender equal continent that results in communities that are diverse, in communities that are equitable and inclusive. Let us empower, inspire, and motivate each other to advance gender equality. I therefore invite more women judges and lawyers to offer themselves for leadership opportunities in the judiciary whenever such openings become available. I applied to be the Chief Justice because when we met as Kenya women judges to discuss the opening when it was declared, none of us was willing to apply because we were fearing going for an open interview that is watched all over the world. You might end up coming out as if you were swimming in the sewer, worse than when you went in. But for the very reason that no woman judge was willing to apply, I meekly decided that I will apply, because I had a very strong belief that we must tell the generations to come that we applied. Even if I swam in the sewer, I actually did attempt. So this is what I'm encouraging women judges to do. Whenever there is an opportunity, let us put our names forward. I was absolutely convinced that judiciaries should be led by judges. And I couldn't imagine that we senior women judges will shy away from the leadership position simply because we didn't want to go for a public interview. Let us continue to dream big and set more ambitious targets as we are equally capable. My dream and hope is to see and meet more women chief justices in future meetings of IAWJ Africa. Finally, I ask that we stay committed to the pursuit of the goal of equal opportunity throughout the society and public and private institutions. This is the ideal that underpins the vision of the International Association of Women Judges, which is advancing human rights and equal justice for all. I thank you so much, my sister and brother judges, for giving me your attention. May God bless you. Thank you.
My sisters and brothers, we have heard my Lord, the address is very, very, to put it mildly, very inspirational. My Lord, we heard you clear and loud. First is that when women find themselves in a position of power, they should know that that position They know that that position is not for them alone. It's for all women, so that they can set a very good example. 2, that when we are in that position, we should not travel that journey alone. Carry our sisters and brothers sometimes along. 3, that we should not let every opportunity, any opportunity that we have, either small or mighty, slip away from us. We should use it to make an impact in the society. We should make sure that we utilize it to the optimal level to expect certain changes, particularly vulnerable. They will expect much from us. Not only as justices, but in addition, as mothers who find ourselves in that position, where for all, whether for female or for male, they look unto us that they can't be assured of justice. My Lord, 3, you assured us that we should not be discouraged. We should be courageous whenever there are opportunities and there are openings. We should assure ourselves and be brave to go into the field, contest, and leave the rest for God and authority. My Lord, we heard you loud and clear. And be rest assured, my Lord, we celebrate you and we salute you and your other sisters holding similar position. I do know that we have a sister in Ghana. Am I right? Or she's no longer there? She's no longer there. Okay? I'm sure some others will soon join you. We had our own Aluma Mukhtar, who was the first to reach the Supreme Court. She went on to become the first female Chief Justice of Nigeria. And we are hopeful in very short years we will have another one following her. My Lord, we heard you clear. You remain an inspiration to us, not only to Africa, but other women around the world. May God bless you. God bless Uganda. God bless Kenya. And God bless Africa.
Thank you, and thank you very much. A better round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you, and thank you so much, and also another one for the chair of the session. Thank you so much, my Lord, for chairing very well. We now proceed to have the panel session. This particular one is going to be chaired by the Honorable Lady Justice Mariama Owusu from Ghana, after which we shall have one plenary. My Lord, you're most welcome.
My Lord Chief Justice of Uganda, my Lord the Lady Chief Justice of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol to moderate or chair this particular section. Please, this panel session, we have Breaking the Barriers, focus on enhancing community justice systems. And to help us do justice to this topic are two distinguished ladies. The first is Honorable Lady Justice Salome Malengi Bosta. I hope I've got the name correct. He is the judge of the ICC, The Hague. And the second one is Dr. Consolata Kabonza, Associate Professor of School of Women and Gender Studies, Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, if you welcome these two ladies for this panel session. Because of time, we won't be able to go through their CVs, but I guess where they work even speak volumes of the above. Honorable Lady Justice Salome Malengi Bosta is a justice of the ICC, i.e. the International Court of Justice at The Hague. So without much ado, lady, if you can take the podium. Is he here? Hello? Is he here? So then should we go to the second? All right, I understand, I think he stepped out for some few minutes. Then we can go on to the second, Dr. Kabon Niza, Associate Professor of School of Women and Gender Studies, Makerere University. Lady, you are welcome to the podium. Your audience are waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Justice of Kenya, the President of NAJU, Uganda chapter, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors around, justices and judges from various countries, the Director of IDLO, registrars and magistrates around, respective members of the delegations, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Consolata Kaboneza from the School of Women and Gender Studies at Makerere University. I'm greatly honored and humbled to be among you great ladies from everywhere, from all over Africa. And who am I to stand up here and be able to say something? I'm really honored. My focus this afternoon is going to be on breaking barriers, enhance focus on community systems from the perspective of the academia. In this short paper, I'm going to look at a few things. I'm going to look at barriers to gender justice in the formal and informal justice systems. I will look briefly at barriers to access gender justice in the wider justice sectors, and then propose some strategies. There are so many strategies out there, but I will propose some that we can be able to discuss. Now, we know that women all over the world, particularly in Africa, face multiple challenges in accessing justice. And this could be due to their individual characteristics. It could be how they are expected to behave in society. It could also be their roles that they have assigned, their obligations, and whether they have access to economic and human resources. When we look at the community justice system, of course, it has the formal and the informal. When we look at the community system itself, it does differ from the state system in that in this informal system, everything is guided by what we call the restorative justice that seeks to maintain cohesion and the fabric of the community. So what are we saying here? Is that even when somebody is caught defiling a young girl in the community, that person may be let free for the good of the community. And that becomes a very big barrier for women and young girls to access justice. And of course, that system, that community system, centers around apologizing. I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to do it, or I'm sorry, this and that. And so the value of apology here is taken to be more important than the person being taken to court. And so the person is then forgiven, and the person who has been abused does not get addressed. Again, in some customary justice systems, they do tolerate discriminatory practices, such as female genital mutilation. I remember some time ago, that was in 2001, you can imagine, when we went to do research in Kapchorwa, and we found actually they were trying to stop the vice. And everyone agreed, young men, older people, men and women, agreed that they were not going to do it anymore, that was it. But guess what? December 2002, it was there, and it is still there. So some of these are tolerated because people earn a living from them. And we know that the elderly ladies in that area do earn a living from doing the practice. But we also know that in some cases, widow inheritance is tolerated. And we know that actually the person who is taking on that woman may be sick, the woman may not want to, but in the end, that individual is forced to go into another relationship which she doesn't want. There are cases of early marriages, and we've seen them here in Uganda. They've talked about them on TV, where young girls of 12 years, 13 years are being given in marriage by their parents. And we've seen them. What do we do about them? How do we address them? How can we say to that younger girl, come back? Have we done it? No? We are here. I'm here. I have it. And of course, there are other forced marriages where young girls or older people, you see them crying, but they have to be given up to an older person, and they are forced, they have to go. And all these abuses go unaddressed. And our people who actually go through them do not get addressed. So I'm so happy today that you've come from all over to come and discuss these issues and chart a way forward, put a map on how they are going to be addressed. My lords and judges and all protocol observed, we have a lot of barriers, so many of them. And I'm not going to say that I'm going to address all of them, but I'm going to say a few here and there. And I'm going to start by a quotation from the International Development Law Organization, which summarizes some of the barriers that women face in the formal justice system. And here it goes. The rule of law continues to mean very little to the vast majority of women and girls. And here we can emphasize actually women and girls from the rural areas. And maybe we can add on from maybe peri-urban areas or in areas that are hard to reach. Many women are simply unable to access and navigate their way through formal legal institutions. This can be due to structural as well as cultural barriers, including women's inadequate knowledge. Women may not have any knowledge on how to proceed. A woman is raped, a woman's property is taken away, but they do not know where to go. They don't have somebody who can hold their hand and say, please come. And some of these women do not know their rights, and they do not know their remedies. It could also be due to illiteracy or poor literacy and lack of resources and time to participate in the justice processes. And we know very well, once you start a process in court, it takes forever. And imagine somebody, a woman, who is coming from Kapchorwa, coming all the way to Mbale, a woman who is coming from Wundville in the western region, and coming all the way to Fort Portal. Where does she get transport? Where does she get the time? So all those can be a problem. And so when they lack those, it continues. They have a heavy burden of labor that women bear in their families. These challenges are even greater for women who are subject to multiple forms of discrimination based on factors as being part of indigenous ethnic groups, or being disabled, or being migrant workers, and women living with HIV. Now, of course, we can add on here, and we can say that emerging epidemics, women who are living in emerging epidemics. I know that some people couldn't come because we have Ebola. So in areas where Ebola is, what happens to a woman when she has to give birth? There are no borders, there is no transport. What happens to her? Have we thought about it? We had COVID, and we know what happened during COVID. Yes? And so we need to think about that. Now, let's look at the court system, the courts of law. And we can ask ourselves a number of questions regarding inclusion as a barrier to women's participation. We can ask ourselves, whose perspective does the law represent? Is it the man? Is it the woman's? Or is it a perspective of both of them? Who made the law? Who participated in the process of making that law? Who was consulted in that process of making the law? Whose voices were included in the report? Whose interests, whose experiences, whose needs were considered? In other words, how inclusive was the process? Were women and other vulnerable groups included in the process, and how did they participate? It isn't simply by saying women were there, but did you give them a chance to talk? Did you give them a chance to raise their voices? Or when the men talked, you said, yeah, it is fine, the community has gone ahead and said something. So we need to look at inclusion itself. A report from South Africa argues that in some instances, the law itself is discriminatory. In other cases, the outcomes do not come out as well. Or the decisions by the courts privilege men and subordinates women. And this happens quite often. When we go to if a woman is raped and goes to court, she has actually to explain what happened. Exactly. And you know, my lord, my lords, the judges, you ask them to explain in the nitty-gritty, to give evidence really. This woman is reliving that experience which she went through. And if word goes around that that's what happens, do you think somebody else will take the case to court? No. I've been actually investigating cases of sexual harassment in Makerere University. They don't want to come up. They don't. They don't want to go through that process. And in most cases, there is no evidence. But we know it happened. And so they don't want to come up because nothing will happen. Yeah? And so it is the same thing. We need to think seriously that these acts act as deterrents against women accessing justice. Other barriers include lack of knowledge about the law, as I've already said, dependence on male relatives for resources, to give them transport or to give them money to pay for the court system. The cost related to accessing the court itself may be very high. And women do not work, so where do they get it from? And women in most cases are often marginalized in the practice of laws regarding property, as we know, in the law of the family, in the divorce cases, in child custody, in gender-based violence, when we actually say, wait a minute, that is a family matter. That's what at times the police say. And then they ask the person, please show us, where did he beat you? Now, in most cases, you're not beaten to the extent that your arm is broken, but you were beaten. And so, is that woman going to come back and report? The answer is no. And so, when these people go unpunished, they continue to abuse women and girls. And so also, we have barriers of physical location where women and men are. We have social economic accessibility of the formal justice. We have services that are concentrated in a few towns or cities, so the services are not enough. We have also community interactions who do not give information, and information does not flow into all areas. And we have also influence on community service behavior. How do you seek service? Somebody will tell you, you are going to report to your husband, you're a bad woman. Are you willing to be a bad woman? No. So you don't go there. And other barriers include limited professionals vis-a-vis the cases to be handled. And we know that in Uganda, I hear that we have a backlog. And so that backlog also stops people from coming up. And then, of course, when we look at the local councils, for example, in Uganda, we have this system of government whereby it goes all the way to the village. And we have these village LCs, village councils. Now, these village councils, in most cases, they are men. And they operate in the village, within the village and community norms. There is no way they are going to give in their own, who is a male. And so for the woman, they will always say, go back home and discuss with your husband. Hence, their decisions have to conform with community norms that actually do not support progressive ways of women. And then, of course, we have the traditional attitudes towards the women that these LCs have. And that one also, they cannot consult them simply because they are women. Another barrier we have within the courts of law is adhering to the normative and legal frameworks. For example, the rights of women as they are articulated in the CEDAW, or as they talked about in Resolution 1325. I'm not going to give the details because you know them. I would like to propose some strategies. And of course, as I said, there are so many strategies, and we cannot go through all of them. But of course, as we go through these ones, others will be coming up. So how can we improve the situation of women to access justice systems? One, we need to advance the rights-based strategies. If we look at it from gender equality, and we look at it as it is a right of each and every woman and girl to participate, and if we go ahead and do it and promote it and advocate for it and lobby for it, that's the only way we are going to achieve development goals. And that's the only ways we are going to achieve development for those individual people, for those communities where they come from, and for the nation at large. And so we need to advance the interests of women. And number two, we would like to engage with the informal system. We know at times the informal system does help, does support women, but not all the time. And we need to question these institutions, whether they are religious institutions, they are marriage institutions, or family institutions. We need to question them. How are they supporting women to access justice? Some of the scholars have suggested that we need to codify customary law so that we know exactly what exists, and then that exists can be also used by government. But if we ignore it and it is there in the dark, there is no way we can support the women. The codification itself will give the state the ability to shift between customs and norms. Those which are harmful can be given away, but promote human rights. The codification also supports accessible, and it takes away the fluidity of the customary nature of laws. Because this today they will tell you it is this one, and tomorrow they will explain it differently according to what it fits their needs. But if it is already written down, then we can go back to it and be able to address it. Number four, we need to approach access to justice and look at the informal systems and transform them. And in this transformation, we need to ensure that women participate at all levels of the informal system, and with the ultimate goal of mainstreaming their participation in the informal system. And we also need to ensure that other marginalized groups, people with disabilities, the elderly, we rarely talk about them, but that's where we are all heading. Yeah? The youth, the young people, how can we ensure that they are able to access justice? And if these groups are brought to participate in the process of justice, that will actually make it the process more legitimate. Number 5, we need to look at transitional systems, how these transitions offer extraordinary opportunities for women to be included in the systems because they are restructuring them. And that is very important. When you are restructuring, you can do almost anything, yeah? And then we can make these women participate as actors, maybe as supporters of the communities, observers, or also as interested parties. And that would be very, very important. Number 6. Involvement of women in the informal sector as judges. In most cases in the informal sector, judges are not included there. But is it possible to include them there so that they can be able to look at the social cultural norms and be able to avoid discourse that actually puts women into other problems? And that will ensure actually that the professionals are able to understand and to be sensitive to issues of gender-based violence, to sexual assault, issues of marital rape. How does it become rape? And if somebody says that I'm not interested, I'm definitely not interested. Whether, according to me, whether you are my husband or not, if I've said I'm not interested, you need to stop. I will tell you a story. One of my friends, honorable members of parliament, said to me, Consolata, I never force my wife to have a sexual relationship. He said, one time I went home and my wife said, no, I'm tired, I'm not interested. And me, I said, I'm interested. I'm interested. And then my wife said, okay, if you want sex, go ahead and have sex. And so he said the woman just laid there, he did his business, and he never failed as a human being. Yeah? And so, that of course was rape. I did not report it. Number 7, we need to look at village courts, council of elders, religious leaders, and have them participate in the community justice system because they are easily accessible and affordable, and they can actually resolve the disputes and criminal matters. And these ones here are easy They are flexible, so we need to involve them. Number 8, we need to engage again with the community. And what am I talking about here? Creating awareness on gender issues, on issues of gender-based violence, on issues of defilement, sexual assault. Because that's how the community members can act from an informed decision. And we need to utilize civil society organizations and academic institutions because they can be able to do that work. Number 9, we can look at legal empowerment, training, and engaging community paralegals and legal aid clinics to ensure that they have the skills to address issues of women, issues of girls. Now, one of the best ways to initiate reforms is through internally generated stories, generated data from the community through dialogues. This means engaging the communities, documenting their views on what works within their context. Not from top, but from bottom up. And a number of scholars suggest that paralegals and NGOs present such strategies that we can achieve to improve on the justice system. Second but last, 11, we need to build partnerships, networks, collaborations with academic institutions. And why do I say academic institutions? They can work on gender training in their communities, or they can conduct gender training within the professional judges and all the others to ensure that issues of gender are very well known. We can also have short tailor-made courses according to what the judges want, according to what their partners want. And we need to ensure that the academic staff can conduct these researches and document them within the interest of the women judges. And institutions have graduate students, masters, PhDs, who can be interested in the areas you have so that they can do research and you can use that research to your advantage. And lastly, we need to build a research base and agenda which actually brings about concrete understanding of engaging with customary and information systems on women's rights issues, and I believe that's the only way we can be able to ensure that women and girls will be able to access the justice system and their issues will be addressed. I thank you very much.
I guess another round of applause for Prof. will do. I'm not going to attempt to summarize what Prof has said. You know, a lot has gone into it. Her presentation, he looked at it from the academia. He touched on certain proposals to set this conversation going. He talked about forced marriages, child marriages, and then female genital mutilation. He also said that the court system is not favorable to the vulnerable. He has talked at length about things that we as judges, you know, need to take a critical look at. I have always been inspired by the phrase, brighten the corner where you are. Either in your community or when you sit as a judge, you can make a difference. So, Prof, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. We really appreciate it. There were very, very minor things we usually overlook, but I think now we've taken a greater look at it. Thank you so much. My understanding is the second presenter will do her presentation online. So if the IT people are there, you know, I think he can start. I think he's already there. So Justice Bosa is presenting virtually. My Lord Justice, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I hope that you can hear me. My Lord the Chief Justice of Uganda, my Lord the Chief Justice of Kenya, a close sister of mine, officials of the International Association of Women Judges, President, National Association of Women Judges, our benefactors who have enabled this conference, ladies, lords, worships, professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me one moment to extend my heartiest congratulations to Her Ladyship, Justice Martha Koome, the Chief Justice of Kenya. We go back a long way, and I've never had an opportunity to really meet her and celebrate her achievement. Congratulations. I also want to congratulate the National Association of Women Judges of Uganda for holding this conference. Plugging the impunity gap, because the barriers allow impunity to reign. So my paper is centered basically on the International Criminal Court, and I note that the International Criminal Justice Team of the International Criminal Court incorporates some aspects of community justice in that it looks at the source or an impact of crime and it's victim-centered, and seeks to repair the harm suffered by victims of crimes within the jurisdiction of the court, as well as the affected communities. In this respect, it's an improvement on the traditional justice system, predominant at the domestic level, which primarily focuses on punishment of the offender, ostensibly to avoid revenge and deterrence or prevention, recurrence of similar conduct, and the rehabilitation of the offender. In such a system, victims of crime and the affected community are viewed primarily as providers of information and evidence, and punishment of the offender is deemed sufficient atonement for the harm they suffer from the crime. Access to gender justice in such a system is therefore limited to the victim telling their story if they have been emboldened to testify. The legal framework of the International Criminal Court, comprising the wrong statute, its rules of procedure and evidence, and its regulations of jurisprudence, have attempted to improve gender justice in various ways. The statute has codified sexual and gender-based crimes as crimes against humanity and as war crimes, thus making it more difficult to ignore them as historically has been the case. It defines gender and it forbids discrimination. The statute also enjoins the courts to apply and interpret the law consistent with internationally recognized human rights and without any adverse distinction founded on grounds such as gender, age, race, color, language, religion, belief, political or other opinion, national, ethnic or social origin, wealth, birth, or other status. There is no requirement for corroboration of evidence. A chamber may not impose a legal requirement of corroboration to prove any crime within the jurisdiction of the court, in particular crimes of sexual violence. Regarding gender representation, it is the only international court that requires a fair representation of female and male judges, and inclusion of judges with legal expertise on specific issues, including but not limited to violence against women and children. Increased gender and racial diversity and attaining gender equality is a stated goal of the principles of the court. From the above, I think it is fair to conclude that the ICC has robust provisions to ensure administration and enforcement of gender justice. Pursuing gender justice involves access to justice on different levels. And maybe I should say this first. However, there are barriers to gender justice. They exist in the formal and informal justice systems of the IC. Pursuing gender justice involves access to justice on different levels. It involves getting the victims to get courage to speak about and pursue justice, courage to restart and mend their broken lives, courage to go back to their communities where they normally ostracized, and many other things. Now, the informal justice system, it is difficult to define what constitutes the informal justice system in the ICC. It's an international intergovernmental organization with no line ministries, no police to facilitate its investigations or prosecutions. It relies on state cooperation for funding and to carry out its work. The Assembly of State Parties is the equivalent of its legislature and is responsible for ensuring the robust legal framework for electing its officials and raising funds for the court's sustenance. There are many other actors internal and external to the ICC who play a vital role in bringing a situation or case before the prosecutor of the ICC. At the national level, the actors include states, organs of the United Nations, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, or other reliable sources, the media, civil society, professional bodies, and even individuals. These are a vital source of information, written or oral, on the contextual elements of the existence of a conflict or oppressive governance and the occurrence of violations of human rights in each situation constituting crimes within the jurisdiction of the court. Such actors will normally document and preserve evidence, protect victims, and render all necessary assistance, sometimes under threat of death to themselves. The successful prosecution of a case before the ICC may depend on what happens in the informal sector before a case is brought before the court. The decision of the state parties to cooperate or not is crucial. State parties are enjoined to cooperate with the court. And while the various actors do a commendable job, they may constitute barriers depending on their conduct and whether they choose to cooperate with the court. The non-government actors are very helpful, but may not be able to handle victims of sexual and gender-based violence with sufficient sensitivity. These victims will have suffered disproportionately in war, discriminated or even persecuted, and this is usually magnified in conflict situations. The motive of their captors, torturers, or murderers illuminates reasons why a certain crime was committed in a particular way. Considerations behind such crimes include being considered as booty, rape to chain, the ethnic composition of an area, enslavement, human trafficking, enforced pregnancy. The list is long. They are traumatized by war and targeted for various reasons. In the aftermath of the conflict, they may also be shunned and ostracized by their communities. Their testimony may be lost if their suffering is amplified by insensitive interaction with non-government actors. Victims' participation before the court and in court proceedings hinges in the confidence they have in the court system, in the justice system. And this in turn depends on how they are handled by these various stakeholders. And the stakeholders actually include even judges of the ICC, states, NGOs, and the staff of the ICC during and after court proceedings, including at the reparation stage. Social pressures, and these have been mentioned by the previous speaker, from communities may prevent victims from offering their testimony for fear of further trauma and ostracization, as in some cultures, sexual and gender-based crimes are viewed as shameful and in some cases as taboo. We know of some victims, children who have been born of rape. Some of them are named demons. So these are victims who suffer for acts which are not their responsibility. Outreach programs and protection of victims are witnessed by the registry. The registry has a role before a case comes before the court, because it was designed to protect, it is designed outreach programs to protect victim witnesses and victim communities. These programs are established to mobilize and sensitize victims and witnesses regarding the need to talk about the harm suffered at the hands of the offender, to participate and give testimony in court proceedings, and to manage their expectations and to participate in reparations proceedings. This is important as court proceedings do not seek only retribution, but they also seek to repair the harm and rebuild relations in the community. The registry is also responsible for protection of victims, witnesses, and affected communities. Deployed personnel may mishandle victims and witnesses or fail to reach them adequately, thus alienating them. This may frustrate gender justice. Such victims and witnesses already have their dignity in threats and need to recover at least part of it through proper handling. Preservation of evidence. While the advancement of technology has ensured that evidence is no longer restricted to oral or written testimony, and any form of recording might be helpful, often such recordings are destroyed by adversaries in a conflict, especially if they find them within the hands of journalists. Barriers also exist with regard to referral. A matter may come before the prosecutor where he investigates on his own accord, or a matter might be referred by a state or the United Nations Security Council. There are problems with the referral because some states have been criticized for referring only one side of the conflict, not the other one. And whereas we all know that most of the time all the sides commit atrocities. And this means that the victims of the side that was not referred will not have justice, will not seek justice. The behavior of states is very important at all stages. The court depends on states to arrest suspects, collect evidence, and so on. And if a state where crimes were committed refuses to cooperate with the court and make access by investigators to victims and witnesses impossible, then there will be no justice for gender-based crimes. Sometimes the victims may be killed or intimidated into silence for fear of their lives. We have even had an accused person who has died in Kenya. We don't know what the details, but they are investigating to see whether the death was a natural one or whether it was not. We are just hoping that it was not a killing. Obstruction and offenses against the administration of justice. Criminals, whether inside or outside of government, are poor exposure and will erect barriers to suppress information on their criminal conduct or to shield those responsible for such conduct from investigation and prosecution. In extreme cases, states that are party to the Rome Statute have withdrawn after the prosecutor has signaled that he's investigating either preliminarily or is going to go to the trial chamber after the preliminary investigation to seek its support for investigations. This was the case with Burundi and the Philippines. Now this meaningless the commitment of states to do away with impunity and to bring all perpetrators of crimes before the court. The good news is that a withdrawn state will not be discharged by reason of its withdrawal from obligations arising from the Rome Statute before it withdrew. The treatment of victims and witnesses is crucial at all stages of the proceedings, including by the initial interlocutors, as I already said. The office of the prosecutor also has a role here. He enjoys independence and is not subject to direction from any quarters. Even when the court intervenes, it can only review his decision, but the final decision will be that of the prosecutor. We must understand the constraints of the prosecutor. He has limited resources and may decline to investigate or even prosecute a case for lack of gravity. And gravity is a requirement within the statute. Luckily, the prosecutor has overcome the historical reluctance to investigate and prosecute sexual and gender-based crimes. The office's policy requires that charges on sexual and gender-based crimes be searched for and included wherever there is evidence to establish them. It also encourages national authorities to investigate and prosecute such crimes. The choice of investigation by the prosecutor may, much as it may be in good faith, it may constitute a barrier to gender justice, because not every conflict, not every crime that results from a conflict will be prosecuted. Barriers within the criminal justice system. As I've already said, victims are central to the proceedings in the ICC, not only because their evidence is crucial in the trial, but because the Rome Statute has given them special recognition by providing for their participation and submissions in criminal and reparation proceedings, and ensuring that they receive reparations at the end. Participation of victims is provided for in various stages of proceedings, including preliminary proceedings. The victim's access to proceedings will be determined by whether the prosecutor decides to prosecute. At earlier stages, it will depend on the goodwill of the interlocutors on the ground and the effectiveness of the outreach program of the registry. And there are robust provisions for victims' participation in court proceedings. But despite these enabling provisions, the implementation of the statute presents a number of obstacles to gender justice. Complexity and length of judicial proceedings. Unfortunately, proceedings such that ICC and other international courts are complex and lengthy. The proceedings have no less than 3 stages: pre-trial, trial, appeals, and then reparations, actually, the 4th stage. And all of these stages are appealable. On average, 30 witnesses in a single accused case may testify. A single case takes no less than a year to conclude, a single accused case. And in between, as the case is proceeding on the merits, there are interlocutory appeals, which are allowed by the statute, and they delay proceedings. These may concern procedure justice, which could impact the fair and expeditious conduct of the proceedings or the outcome of the trial. So they must be entertained as the trial goes along, and they delay the proceedings, with the result that justice is delayed because of the exact nature of the proceedings. Also, there may be challenges along the way to jurisdiction and admissibility. These are inherent barriers within the statute. Because the ICC is a court of last resort. It does not take on cases where the state is acting on the matter, and it will only come in when the state fails to do so. And sometimes, for that decision to be made, time may have elapsed. And that's, of course, a delay in rendering justice. As you know, the Rome Statute is not universally ratified, and some states, especially the big ones, I would say some of them on the Security Council have not ratified the statute, although the United Nations Security Council has the power to refer a case to the court, and that was the case in the case of al-Bashir. But he has not yet come before the court. So, going back to admissibility, if the state is investigating or prosecuting the case, it has a right to notify the court or lodge an objection and say, oh, well, we are proceeding with this case, please leave it to us. And when the state does that, the matter will be deferred to the state. Unless it is demonstrated that the proceedings that are being carried on in the state are meant to shield the victim, the suspects, or they are not a fair trial. All these victims without a remedy or with a delayed remedy. In another scenario, a state may be powerless to hand over a suspect held in its territory, but over which it has no control. This is the case with Libya. Libya doesn't control the area where Gaddafi's son is, so it cannot be handed over to the ICC, and we don't know when this situation will be resolved. So, let me go to gender representation, which I've already talked about. It's important, let me go to the unconscious bias by decision makers in the formal mechanism. We have unconscious bias, all of us. We come with baggage from our upbringing, and so the decisions are made by the registrar, by the prosecutor, by the judges, and some of them may not be what we expect. Discrimination is forbidden, but it still creeps into decision-making through unconscious bias. Hence the need to pay special attention to investigation and prosecution of gender-based crimes and the contextual evidence. The prosecutor has recognized that justice still awaits many victims, and that gender representation is important leading up to preliminary stages of investigation, because it has been found that some victims find it easier to talk to women. They may find it easier to open up about their trauma. But also, it needs training for these people to be able to be handled well. Cultural atmosphere. Everything might be done well until the case reaches the court. But if the court is not careful, it might deny victims justice. Judges must be able to handle their courts with dignity. They must be able to make the atmosphere conducive to the witnesses who are already traumatized, to have their day in court without being re-traumatized or made to lose their dignity. And in that instance, control of proceedings is very, very important. A situation should not be allowed to develop where defense counsel or even the prosecutor traumatizes a witness who is already traumatized. So irrelevant or inappropriate questions must not be allowed at all. So, reforms. All the reforms must be intended to plug the impunity gap by the chambers, by the prosecutor, by the registry. Training would be a first recommendation to all the players in the administration of justice. They need to look at everything with a gendered lens, to appreciate the context, to know what is suffering of the victims, to lay the appropriate charges, to put the right questions to elicit the witnesses, to protect them, and so on and so forth. So, regarding the prosecutor, there is need for crimes committed against victims to be identified and properly charged, so that no impunity gap is left. It is important for the victims to feel that the harm they suffered is recognized. And training, of course, should continue. The registry needs to continue with the outreach program and ensure that the people it deploys release very important work are all sensitized about the people they are going to handle, who are victims, witnesses, and affected communities. As for the judges, we bear the primary responsibility for ensuring proper administration of justice. As I said, we must uphold a conducive atmosphere, control the proceedings, ensure the dignity of all the parties, not only the victims, but also the lawyers. We should not be rude to the lawyers, we should not be rude to the victims, we should not be rude to the staff. Witnesses can testify remotely if the justice of the case requires it, and if the rights of their case are ensured, so that they are not re-traumatized. Or they can testify in camera, depending on the situation. We should also be able to make sure that we understand the context of a conflict or repressive atmosphere in which crimes within the jurisdiction of the court are committed. It will be either a violent atmosphere or a coercive one. And if a witness in that situation says, this happened to me, why should we expect that witness to spell out all the details as the previous speaker did? the witnesses will also be, they may be shy because there are sexual taboos linked to culture. They may not look up, they may give short answers. What matters at this stage is the substance of their evidence. Demeanor may be important, but it's not as important. It's very important to listen to the story, to the substance of what the witness is saying, and if it's credible, and even if it's just a single witness, we should listen and pay it regard. We should also develop a broad understanding of the scope of sexual and gender-based crimes, because they are committed in coercive circumstances or in violent circumstances. So we should not expect, luckily consent is not a valid defense here, and we should not expect victims to have behaved appropriately or not. So training is key to all this. I don't know how much time I have left. I cannot exhaust all the barriers or the recommendations, but I'll be happy to hear from the plenary. Thank you very much for listening to me and for giving me the opportunity to appear before you.
Thank you so much, Judge. We had a presentation from the IGP, who said it's victim-centered.
Would I suggest that you come here?
Justice, thank you so much. I think we can give another round of applause to Justice Russo. Like I said before, I'm not attempting to summarize what he said. You all heard it, but at least he took her presentation from the International Criminal Court, that is the ICCU, which he said is victim-centered. She also told us about the legal framework and jurisprudence of the ICCU. He said the ICCU required fair representation of the court, i.e. the male and the female judges should be equal. And he said one of their functions is to get the victim to tell their stories, get courage to tell their stories without going back to society with any tribulations. He said the successful prosecution of a case takes time, and that a case takes not less than a year at the ICC. And he said the state is an active part because they require the state to get their rights. He said victim participation also, in the court is also crucial, and that get the victims the confidence to come before the court to tell their story. The registry has an outreach program that protects victims and communities at large. They said the court depends on the state government to arrest, suspects of or suspect or perpetrators of crime, and so that people, the suspect do not go, they don't go commit crime with impunity. Then he said the proceedings are lengthy and that it takes not less than a year to complete a case. He also talked about the challenges the ICC is facing and also talk about some of the reforms that is going on. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we are hard pressed for time at this stage. We will go straight to the plenary, and say we have not more than 10 minutes. So I think I will invite questions and then contributions from maybe 4 people, so that we will enter into the next stage of the program. So if there is any question, contribution from any member of the plenary, I think our Lady Chief Justice of Kenya is still here. If you have any question, I'm sure he's prepared to answer. Prof is also
sitting by, if you have a question he needs to answer, you do it. And that, I'm sure if there's a question that Justice Muso should answer, you also do it. So if there's a question or a suggestion, please come forward and then, okay, the mic is down. Please.
I'm from Ghana,
yes.
And my question goes to Prof. Consolata. And listening to the made that academia could do in the research and in the engagement of the community. One of the things that I have realized is that we are always waiting for support to come from our development partners. My question to you, Prof, is academia, as their sole responsibility to the community in going in as part of city's contribution to do the engagement with the society for us, instead of waiting to be invited to do the research, because usually when the funding stops, then that's the end. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Prof. Over to you. I guess the floor is yours. You don't need to get some back and bring the mic. I propose we get all the questions and then we have the responses. You know, the suggestion is that we take all the questions and at the end of the day, you know, the resource persons will answer them. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Jerry Thuku. I'm from Kenya. My question is to Lady Justice Bosa. I have two. The first one is, what does the court do when the state parties do not cooperate? When it is clear that an injustice has been done, at the local level, you know, in our own jurisdictions, we are aware of the processes that are taken. But where you require the support of the state parties for the case to move, and it started and proceeded and it comes to a halt abruptly, what do you do? And then my next question is, what's the current caseload at the ICC? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Okay, yes. Madam President. Yes.
Thank you, presenters, for those very excellent presentations. You've broken down the barriers to access to justice in the community. But my concern is, how do we get these barriers, information about these barriers or evidence in the courtroom so that we can now deal with them? I know Justice Bosa, they have systems, they can, you know, they're able to collect this information in their preliminary trial or what have you. But for us in the ordinary courts, how do we get these barriers, you know, these barriers in the courtroom so that we can now, you know, enable this, the victim, the woman, the women victims or the witnesses to testify. You know, they've come in chains. In other words, they come in chains. That's what we heard from Professor. They come in chains already. The community out there is saying, don't go to court, and they've come. But how do we get this information in the judicial process? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, please? Yeah, I said four, so I think it's...
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dimelo from Tanzania. I chair the women judges. Mine is quite personal and directed to the Chief Justice of Kenya, Lady Justice Martha Koome. If you could just be very sincere with us, what was the most challenging aspect in your life as you're pursuing your career?
All right, like I told you before, because of time, you only allowed 4 questions, and I think we've gotten the 4 questions. So at this stage, I'll allow my panelists or presenters to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this question. And to that in most cases the academia, they do wait for development partners to bring in for research money so that we can go do research. To a certain extent it is true, but I know quite a number of members of staff at Makerere University work with civil society organizations, and where actually they go to train, they go to do research with them, not involving funds as such. And I also know that the government of Uganda has started giving Makerere University public institutions in Uganda research money, but also to follow up that research, those research findings, disseminate them, but if possible, come up with a program for the communities. And I also know that in the School of Women and Gender Studies, we do work with our students, the MA students, the undergraduate students who go out in the communities for outreach activities. Now, how do we bring barriers to the courtroom? One, I think we need to start by understanding those barriers. And as I think we already said, to be sensitive to these abused people, knowing that they are carrying a baggage, as you said, so that in the courtroom, somehow we handle them with, I don't know what to call the face, but to call them, handle them with a very good face so that they are not traumatized. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question on a state party who fails to cooperate. As chambers, we have to wait for the party to move. We wouldn't know whether the state is cooperating or not, unless the prosecutor told us. So we assume this, and matters of course by the court, and the court decided that Jordan failed to cooperate, and the court then failed to arrest Al-Bashir, and we will file it to us. No, we don't have merit to it. We file it to the Security Council, the complete action, the majority say no, regarding the penalties, this one had reached the court and we are in the preliminary stages. I think the Ruto case was dismissed for lack of evidence. And the Kenyatta case was dismissed without prejudice to its being investigation because the prosecutor had not come up with sufficient evidence. And the betrayal case is a direct result of these two cases. It was alleged in the betrayal case that he interfered with witnesses. Maybe I don't remember whether it was even alleged or someone killed. Actually, the trial against him had concluded and he was awaiting judgment, and then he had 2 weeks ago that he was dead. So, as a chamber, we wait for to be moved in this matter, and then we take the appropriate decision. That's what I can say.
I think it is now my turn to answer the question from Lady Justice Dimelo, the President of the Tanzania Women Judges. what was the most challenging aspect as I pursued my career. And she called it a personal question that I should answer with sincerity. To be honest, I think the most challenging aspect of my career has really been to balance my career with motherhood, especially meeting the expectations of the society. Granted that I got married very early, at the age of 21, and indeed went to the university, the Kenya School of Law, and did my master's when I was already married. When I was in the university trying to finalize my degree, I had to go home over the weekend, cook, wash clothes for my husband. Sometimes I would find in-laws have come, and I have got to host them. And on Monday, I've got to be in class at 8 for evidence class, like everybody else who slept in the halls of residence. And I did it stoically because I knew where I was going. I needed to be a lawyer. And therefore, I needed to balance everything, those washing of clothes and cooking and meeting the expectations of the society, because I knew it was part and parcel of my success as a lawyer. I knew I had to succeed in my family and also succeed as a lawyer. And you know, when you're dealing with family, when you're dealing with in-laws, that is where you hide the best of who you are. Because if it came out, I might have been hit on the head, and what I wanted to become would have been nipped in the bud. So it is when you go home, everybody can sit down, you cook tea for them, you make chapati, and you serve them so that you pass as a good wife. How many of us are able to do that? So that was one of the very challenging aspects. I met other challenges along the profession, inequality, especially when I was employed in the government, my first job as a state council. I only lasted there for 5 months because I rioted. I wasn't being paid house allowance while my colleagues were being paid house allowance. I protested loudly. I quit. I went back to private practice. All the other structural impediments that I found along my professional career as a lawyer, I fought them end on. But it's only in the family that I did not fight nothing. I had to withstand with all that I found because I knew I needed to succeed in my family and then succeed also as a lawyer. I don't know whether that satisfies you, my sister, that it is difficult to balance all this as a woman. So we need inner strength, we need grace from God, and we need a resolve and resilience that is sometimes abnormal. But we women are able to balance that. I think I should say something about the evidence barriers and how to recognize them in the courts, because I've been a trial judge. And one of the biggest barriers I recognized as a trial judge myself is the distance that the litigants travel or victims travel to come to court to seek justice. So when you realize somebody has probably slept outside the veranda of a shopping center so that they can come to court, because the distance from where they live and the court, it is huge. And then when you think about the delay of how long it will take for that case to be finalized, you treat those litigants or those victims with a bit of consideration, so that when they come to court, their case is not adjourned, their case is heard. If it is a victim who is young, you realize that this is a victim who needs to be protected. And if you are a trial judge and you have the court users committee, they should understand that these victims need to be protected. So if it's a case of SGBB, the evidence should be corrected properly, so you as the judge, you can guide them on the kind of investigations they should carry. Because when I was a trial judge, I realized 80% of these cases come and the evidence is improperly presented and they were all failing. All the cases were being dismissed. So we called the police, we called the investigators and the prosecutors and asked them why they were wasting our time. Why aren't they going to investigate those cases properly? Because all they do is sit in their office, wait for the members of public to bring the victim, who is a victim of rape, for the members of public to go and arrest the perpetrator, bring the perpetrator to the police station, then they lock the perpetrator, then they issue the P3 form, we call it P3 form in Kenya, to the victim to go to the hospital and get it filled. Now we came together and changed all that system of reporting so that it is the police officer who must escort the victim to the hospital and ensure that there is a form that is filled about the victim, that the evidence is corrected, that they visit the scene of crime. So this is what we do to protect the vulnerable witnesses, support them by getting the other actors in the administration of justice to be sensitive about vulnerable witnesses. And then within our law, we have the Witness Protection Act. We have also provisions to protect a vulnerable witness, and we are free to invoke them and protect the witnesses. So my sister Justice Henrietta, this is how you recognize the barriers and address them, because you have the power as the presiding judge or magistrate to convene all the others to act collaboratively towards addressing these barriers. I think that is all I could say. But also about funding programs, I think that's a challenge also to us, the judiciary, that we should not wait for funding so that we can step out and ensure there is access to justice. There is something we can do within the resources that we have, and also working with others, because in our constitution, we must engage the public. We call it public participation in all the policy things that we are doing, in all the law reforms that we are doing. So what we do mostly is piggy ride with other organizations. Like you find the court user committee output. It's very critical for us for outreach, because within the court user committee, you find all the actors in the administration of justice. And you are able to tell them the area that you need collaboration or coordination to be helped by the other actors. So if it is informing the members of public about the rights, advocacy, FIDA or other civil society organizations do that very well. So within the court user committee or the National Council on the Administration of Justice, we identify the actors who can do certain responsibilities, who can undertake the responsibility of advocacy and creating awareness. And we realize that the civil society and also what we call the chiefs, barazas, because they hold meetings with the public, are the best avenues to use to give information to the public. So you do not need a donor to come in and give us support for us to reach to the communities. We can reach the communities within the set establishments that we already have as the judiciary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my Lord. Another big round of applause to all our three presenters. I think at this stage, I want to thank our presenters, especially Our Lady Chief Justice, for the wonderful keynote address. My next thanks goes to Prof for the details of the community issues we need to look out for. And for Justice Buso at the ICC, we will say a big thank you. Like I said, we've run behind time, so we'll bring the curtain down to this session. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my Lord Justice Owusu, for chairing that session. Let us appreciate the chair of the session that has just ended. Allow me to congratulate all of you who have endured a long day. We have finally come to the end. My Lord Chief Justice, we cannot thank you enough. I believe, like me, many have left inspired, and we will continue to carry on the inspiration and wait for the will of God for all of us. I go inspired to dream big and choose courage over fear. I think that has come out very, very clearly this afternoon as women, as we are going to break these barriers. And I think one thing we take home, we should work as a team, as ladies. I think, my Lord, it was quite very inspirational, that story that you sat down and said, who goes? I don't know how many chapters can relate to that story. I know many where people have to run individually, but I think you have given us a lesson. We move together. Thank you so much, my Lord Justice Wolayo. I congratulate you and your team for successfully having a day one. And so we will be retiring to our respective residences. We have tea to take before we go. Tomorrow's program starts in breakout sessions. We will be communicating the rooms once we confirm them where the different teams will be. What is key to note about tomorrow is that there is a cultural dinner at the end of the day, and the dress code is a traditional wear. So if you would like this gomesi, we call it gomesi, that I'm wearing, and you're not from Uganda, you could give it a try. Beautiful and very comfortable dress to wear. Otherwise, I thank you all and wish you the very best of the evening. Thank you.
If I just want to see